Welcome to Yerba Talks.
Welcome to another video review. I am Max. This is Kat, and today we have with us Chris. YouAreMopped. How you doing?
Doing well, Max. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, thanks.
What's up, everyone?
You for wanting to do this review. That was a rough stream to watch the other day.
Something about Will and his beliefs. Not just Will, but religious beliefs of smart people believing unbelievable things to me just boggles my mind. So I'm happy to join you tonight. Yeah, this will be great.
Oh yeah. Oh, we have whale panties with the shark fact of the day. Growing up to 18 feet and weighing over 1,000 pounds, the blunt-nosed six-gill shark is a massive deep-sea cow shark, easy to identify by its six-gill slits. Well, thank you so much for that. Before we do anything, make sure to do the social things, like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you'll subscribe to YouAreMopped and Yerba Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. All right. So, Will went over to Culture Cat's channel and gave his best evidence for God. And we'll see what we think about that. I was honestly not impressed at all. And I'll have to tell you, I emailed Will to have a debate, and he said that he wouldn't because I don't have enough followers. He's going to be debating Justin from Deconstruction Zone. He's going to get absolutely destroyed there. And apparently also Dr. Chris Thompson, a friend of the channel. Hope you guys remember him. Chris Thompson debated Witsit on the topic of fluoride and absolutely destroyed Witsit on MDD. That was pretty fantastic.
Max, maybe I don't know if I should should be saying this live, but I wonder if Will would debate you if it was hosted on my channel.
Maybe.
I don't know. We could talk about it offline.
We can talk. Yeah, we can try. Because that would surely be fun, at least for me. Tay says, I lost a lot of respect for Will when he turned you down. Oh, well, thank you. But I mean, to a point, I get it. It's to another point that I don't. But okay, here we go.
There's only a 5 second of looping, right? The watch. How you to do is have a bit of applause when you.
Let's
to lay out our own viewpoints. How do you want that to go, Will? Do you want to go first or second? Or...
Okay, here we go.
Flat Earth debunking channel, and that's obviously what the final experiment was. So, and that's actually how we met originally. Now, I wanted to start with what I learned from the final experiment, which is super important. And after watching a large group...
Brenda, did you ask to debate Will? I'm sorry if I missed an earlier message.
Of people, these flat earthers, take such a strong stance against something that they really didn't know much about. I couldn't help but acknowledge where I do something very similar in my own life. The biggest area in my life where I was guilty of taking a very dogmatic stance against something I didn't really understand was evolution. And this led to my current series with Erica, better known as Gutsick Gibbon. If you're not familiar with her, here's her channel. She's one of the foremost evolution educators on YouTube. She's probably the best educator on evolution, in my opinion. And so if you want to follow, she's actually teaching me evolution so that I can make a decision on whether or not I accept it after.
Wait, that's true. So hold on. Let me. We can always have a little fun with that. So important. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Let me open up the counter software.
Oh,
There we go. All right. Thank you for the idea, Whale Panties. Yes, Will always is talking. Everything is very important.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
I've actually learned about it. Now, realizing that I've done this in my own life also made me aware that anyone can do this and take a dogmatic stance against something they know very little about. And I do think many atheists have done this very thing with God, namely taking such a dogmatic stance against the possibility that God exists while simultaneously being quite unfamiliar with the.
That is not my case. I've been hearing you people talk about the evidence for God since I'm 5, so 33 years, Masonic as fuck. But yeah, I'm still unconvinced, and you didn't convince me, Will, because your evidence is trash.
I don't know how important it really is, though. I mean, everyone takes, you don't need to be an expert in Zeus or Poseidon and to hear all the arguments for Poseidon. If someone wants to present you arguments for why Zeus is the one true God, it's like, whatever. It's like, okay, but I can reject it, and it's just fine if I reject that without really hearing or learning all the arguments, right? I mean, Will would agree with that.
In my case, it was actually before I read the Bible completely for the first time, I was very intimately familiar with a lot of the other myths, the Norse myths, the Greek myths, the Egyptian myths. So when I read the Bible, it's like, oh, this is just another myth. And
I'm sure
that makes a really big difference. Who the fuck is calling me? Hold on.
Will rejects all the other religions. I mean, he rejects the claims of the Quran and Muslim claims or the claims of Islam. So I'm sure he's not intimately familiar with all of those claims and has probably not heard all the evidence. And I don't think that it's necessarily the case. You need to hear all the evidence in order to fairly reject those claims. So I don't know. I don't know if he's making an exception, a fair exception or a fair point there. What do you guys think? Max's cat. Yeah. Someone read lips. Have you all seen this? Have you all seen this conversation already? Or is this the first time for you guys? Were you there for the stream? Do I host debates? Not yet, but it is potentially going to start happening soon. I'm thinking about it with someone we know.
Sorry about that. I couldn't hear anything that you said, but let's carry on.
That's okay. That's okay.
Basil is calling.
The evidence.
Good.
So, through the final experiment, it became abundantly clear that there were flat earthers who were earnestly looking for the truth. And these were the flat earthers who admitted they were wrong after being presented solid evidence of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But as it turns out, there were also flat earthers who were not seeking truth, and no amount of evidence will ever convince them they are wrong. These were the flat earthers who now claim our trip was fake or done in a studio, or that we were deceived with a fake sun from the government or even Satan. Now, Al, I truly believe that today is my opportunity to show you the equivalent of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and more when it comes to...
No, you're going to fail at that. But I'm speaking because I've already seen this.
Existence of God. And when any of us are presented with evidence that's
And Will, what I'm going to tell you, it's very important. Pay attention. I'm not going to hand wave dismiss any evidence. I'm going to show the critical flaws in your argument. So
seriously challenges our beliefs, humans usually follow one of three different paths. First, they acknowledge they were wrong and accept the existing framework that accommodates the data, observations, and experiences. This one, unfortunately, is rare. This would be Jaron. So Jaron camped out the 24-hour sun, fully called with
let's start.
who said Odal saw. And before we start, what would convince you that God exists?
Evidence. Simple, easy. And exclusive evidence, because I'm going to point out, Will called me a flirt because he claims that I'm dismissing the evidence when I have a rebuttal for all of his points. And he did call me a flirt on that. So I'm going to do that back. Will, you're not providing evidence. And number one, the most important thing is that you are arguing throughout this whole thing for a deistic God, which could be anything. Could be Vishnu, could be Krishna, could be Quetzalcoatl. It could be any of the hundreds of gods that there are. And this is exactly like Witsit has been doing lately. He's been retreating into arguing for geocentrism because he knows he can't argue flat Earth.
And Will, we're not rejecting your evidence. I mean, we're not ignoring your evidence, or we don't find it compelling. That's all there is to it. Similarly, like, you know, we could say the same about Will, and that he's rejecting the evidence for the age of the Earth, or rejecting, you know, the evidence for evolution, even though he's just now learning about it. But we'll see how that goes. But we already know he rejects tons and tons of scientific evidence that contradicts religious belief. So, it's not that we're rejecting or ignoring or refusing to listen. It's just that that we don't find it compelling. It's not that we're not truth seeking. We are 100% truth seeking. It literally, the evidence that we've heard for God is either, I don't want to say it's non-existent, but it's extremely weak, and that's really all there is to it.
Oh, look, probing time said, Basil. If that doesn't make him materialize, we're safe. And Barcelona appears for $5. Reminder that Jaron is a grifter who lied to his followers for more than 10 years. He's a liar, not a hero. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I think I said to you in an email when we were setting this up, what would cause me a problem is if there were nailed on prophecies. And I'm not familiar with religious texts, right? You could very well catch me out tonight, and I'm sure you've done your homework because I did mention this. But you might find something in the Bible that is like a nailed-on prophecy.
No, he knows he can't argue for that. That's why he avoids it. He knows that Jesus is not the Messiah. Jesus was not. He fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies. And that's why he completely avoids the topic and has retreated into the generic existence of a God, not the Christian God.
No,
throughout this whole thing, we don't hear any tie-in as to how this hypothetical God is Christian. So,
and we're going to see some of the claims, like the miracle claims and all that. They happen across. They happen all over the world and across different religions, including in atheistic countries and for atheists. So, why is it argue for the truth of Christianity? I don't know.
Absolutely come true, and it's not like a Nostradamus prophecy, which has to be twisted and distorted to be interpreted the way you want it. And nailed on, like prophecy in the Bible that absolutely come true hundreds of years later. There's no explanation for it. And then I would
he doesn't even nope, not the one iota of the Christian God. This is all generic nonsense.
Have to think, well, how did that happen? Other than that, I'd have to witness actual supernatural activity, something that literally just I don't believe that science would ever be able to explain.
Okay, I think that's a great response. I do want to ask you, when you say witness, can you elaborate on that a little bit? Do you mean like in person or just witness evidence?
What's the meaning of the word? Yes, witness is in person. If someone is giving you the evidence, you're not a witness to what happened. You're getting the evidence. Oh my, we're failing at basic words here.
Yeah, witness evidence of, witness in person is a bit strong. I'd have to witness evidence of and be sure of the reliability of that source of evidence as well.
Okay, fantastic. I was anticipating you to say something different, and I'm glad you didn't. A lot of people say they'll only believe God exists if they have an experience with him in person. And it's interesting, you and I have experienced flat earthers saying they'll only believe in the globe if they walk on the moon themselves.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing, is it? I mean, the globe can't just appear itself to you. God, you claim to be omnipotent, so he could. So not the same. It's not the same territory. Brenda, for $5. Thank you so much, Brenda. Does Will ever talk about the Trinity or the problem of suffering? Nope. Nope. This is not a Christian. This is not an argument for the Christian God whatsoever. He retreated into generic God, which is pussy move to me.
I think I brought up suffering in a way at the end during the Q&A, but we'll see if we get to that.
Oh, we'll get to that because I did bring that up, and his response is abysmal.
Or if they go to space or on the ISS, and that's just not that's too high of a burden of proof. So
too high of a burden of proof. No, it's not. They're not in the same camp. Hello, Robin, babe. Thank you for coming. Arnold for $5. I think Will took smug overinflated ego training from Whitsitt in Antarctica. Oh my. Whitsitt, how you doing, Whitsitt, buddy? Hold on.
Okay, look, I might have some narcissistic traits here and there. I'm just telling you.
Thank you. I'm just telling you. Thank you so much.
I really appreciate your response. Okay. Now let me talk about the 6 lines of evidence that I'm going to be presenting, and then we'll talk about each of these one at a time. First is testimony and experience from countless people. This is something that I think is rarely talked about, and I think it's a very, very strong piece of evidence. Number 2 is the origin of life on Earth. Number 3 is consciousness. Number 4 is miracles. These are going to be confirmed. And
you know how we say someone is a baby flurf? These are baby Christian arguments.
What's a baby flurf, Max? You might
a baby flurf is someone who just became a flurf, and they give you like they speed run the worst of the arguments first, right?
We see too far.
We see too far, and that kind of nonsense. Yeah.
Verified miracles. Number 5 is out-of-body experiences. Again, confirmed and verified. And then finally, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Now,
oh my God. Okay.
We're going to discuss these 6 lines of evidence individually, but I want everyone to keep in mind that atheism, naturalism, materialism, physicalism, whatever you want to describe your view as, they cannot account for any of them.
Yeah, we can. Simple.
Even if that were true, that's not. Yeah.
I will show you guys that Will has a little bit of a hypocritical point on the first one. No, but not the first one. Hold on.
Now,
on the second one, on the origin of life.
That atheism, naturalism, materialism, physicalism, whatever you want to describe your view as, they cannot account for any of them. Now, Al, since you are a science teacher, I will be quoting scientists, referencing the peer-reviewed literature, and using scientific reasoning and empirical data as often as possible for you and your scientifically minded audience. Sound good?
You know, I like the way let me start again. I like the way this is going. Before we get too further, I just want to acknowledge somebody's dropped a super chat, and then I'm absolutely going to reply to that. Mr. Present, talk about bad time in your world that Mexico are playing South Africa now. I don't know if you're a football fan, Will, but in America right now, it's the World Cup, and Mexico are kicking off. It's the first game. Thank you, Mr. President, very, very much for that. Okay, I tell you, thank you so much.
Me too. I didn't even. I always called him Katz. I didn't even know he had an actual name.
Much, Mr. President, that's very much appreciated. Well, I tell you why I like that is because I feel like you've structured whatever this is for me personally as almost like how can I put it? Not to try and convert me, but to really mentally challenge me, right? When I see people like, and I don't want to slag anyone off here, this is a serious chat, but if I see people like Made by Jim Bob, he will just try and go around the houses with pre-planned philosophical arguments and lines of questions that whatever you answer, he's going to say, well, this means proof of God. He's got like a script he goes off. But I feel like you're taking a much different approach here, and you're gonna catch me out with lots of things, because if you're going to bring up scientific papers and events that are, I'm assuming, supposedly miracles, etc., I'm not going to be familiar with them, so I'm not going to be able to debunk anything here. I did say to you on the email, if there was stuff that I couldn't answer, I'll go away, I'll look at it, and I'll do a follow-up stream where I answer it. So you might not get, and I will do that. And I've got a feeling I'm going to have to do that because I'm not going to be familiar with a lot of what you're bringing. But I am. I'm going to enjoy this. I think you're going to put it on me, and I'm not going to have a lot of responses, I think, to a lot of things you say tonight, but I'm looking forward to it.
I do.
Fair enough. All right. Well, let's dive in. If you could share my screen again. Also, I'm not watching the comments. I want everybody to know that. So if you have a question for me, we're going to have to do that at the end. All right.
Do I have questions.
Let's start with testimony. So I want to spend quite a few minutes talking about this. Almost everything we believe is based on the testimony and experience of others. We don't naturally assume that everyone is lying to us, and therefore we need to verify everything that we are told. So, Al, starting with historical events, we don't second guess our parents when they tell us the story of how they met, when they got married, or where they went on their honeymoon.
Yeah, because that's a trivial claim people meet all the time. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is the level of argumentation that we're going to see throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, Will seems to reject that the fantasticness of the claim and the evidence need to scale with each other. Yeah,
extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
And he rejects.
We have a Leo in the chat. How you doing, Leo? Jim Bob is just inept. All those ortho bros, they just posture as intellectuals and just come off looking like pretentious douchebags who didn't read the past the first paragraph on the ZEP. Don't know what a ZEP is, but Leo, if you're up to joining us, hit me up on Discord and I'll send you the link. We're not making it open today, but if you want to come on, let me know.
Even though you and I and the vast majority of people have never been to the moon or space, we don't reject their experience because we haven't experienced it ourselves. And we rightly criticize flat earthers for rejecting the testimony.
Well, it was broadcast on TV. Oh my God. How? Like, what do we have that is comparable to the moon landings when it comes to God? Because it's one thing to see the footage, review the footage, and so on. But if all we had was people telling me that they saw the footage without them ever being able to produce the footage, you would be perfectly justified in being skeptical of that claim. Right? What do you think, Chris, on that?
I just think that the claim that we've gone to the moon is just in line. It doesn't go against anything that, again, it's not as It's like me claiming that I went to Manhattan to Times Square today. It's like, okay, why would I lie about that? You guys should know. You might know I live in New York City. It's not that big of a claim. And if I took a video in New York City, you would believe it was me taking a video of New York City or Times Square. But if I said, I went to Antarctica today and I'm already back home in my living room, in my basement here, you'd require a little bit of proof before. But I don't know. It's just
Right.
the moon thing is the moon exists, right? Unless you're rejecting the existence of the moon, and it's not that hard to believe we went there.
Oh yeah.
It's not elite. Yeah.
So again, not equivalent claims, Will. This is sloppy at best.
Of those who have been to the moon or to space, even if it was just low Earth orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the medical world, even if we've never been personally diagnosed with cancer, HIV, diabetes, or hypertension, we believe others when they tell us they have been diagnosed with these conditions. And we also trust with
because we have past experience of people being diagnosed with that, and there's the mountains of scientific evidence supporting everything. And even if you don't believe that viruses are real, these people that are sick, they take this medication and then their life becomes not as bad. Like, for example, the antiretrovirals for HIV have made leaps and bounds since I was a kid, and people now still have HIV, but they can have such a low viral load with the medication that they don't transmit it, for example. So it's not just the claim that people say stuff. You can't avoid the context of the mountains of evidence that we have for these claims.
And there are different things you can be diagnosed with, right? So if you're diagnosed with hypertension, that is something we literally measure, and there's statistics and data that we classify as high blood pressure, and therefore you have hypertension. When it comes to something like ADD, that is less defined. So if you say I've been diagnosed with ADD, you can believe that someone's been diagnosed with ADD, but not necessarily believe that they truly have, right? It's not as cut and dry for all things.
Yep.
without verifying the claims that medications and procedures have been tested on either human or animal subjects and are therefore considered safe to use. In the arena of science, we trust the observations, experiments, and resulting data published in the peer-reviewed literature. And we do this despite the cases where people lied or manipulated data that ended up published and believed by the community.
Basil, for $5, was this before or after Gutsy Gibbon convinced Duffy evolution is true? I don't think they're sorry. I don't think they're done with that series. And he has asked that, and I think he says that he's still not done. And Paul Schober says peer reviewing miracles. Yeah, that's that's a little bit of a stretch. And you will see, it's a bait and switch. You will see. I'll let you in on some of the little secrets.
Here's an article, a recent article that was in the Wall Street Journal called "The Flood of Fake Science Forces Multiple Journal Closures." It says fake studies have flooded the publishers of top scientific journals, leading to thousands of retractions and millions of dollars in lost revenue. It even made Wiley, a 217-year-old publisher, close 19 journals. Some of them had large-scale research fraud. Now, there will always be people who lie.
Basil says, makes a prediction, says that Gutsy Gibbon will not convince him. I mean, you're probably correct. I can tell, because with the interaction I had on the email with Will, it does seem to be the case that he wants this to be true, and he will fight tooth and nail for it. Sorry, Chris, I cut you off.
No, I keep interrupting you. I am Raven. You said if you have ADD medication, the medication slows you down. If not, it will make you hyper, so it can be proven. Again, that I don't think that's fair. That's not proven. Again, whether you're experiencing it, whether it's making you hyper, and that's someone's subjective experience, that's not hard evidence, right? You're still relying on someone's subjective experience, and their you have to take their word for it. and it's just their interpretation and their experience. It's not data.
Probing Time says, you gave me false hope. By your comment, I assumed he had woken up. It seems he's equal to a flirt in many ways. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well,
And commit
wait,
fraud.
just wait.
But this is not a reason to therefore distrust everything and reject the testimony of everyone. We have millions of people who have personal experience with God
No, you
and
don't.
whose lives have been radically changed due to their personal relationship with God.
Can we start getting some of those millions of testimonies? Because I mean, there's a lot of things that can change your life.
But Will, the same is true for many types of gods, right?
Yeah.
People have been saying that for thousands of years, for thousands of different gods, and even current day, all different gods, people will make the same claim. So why is it proof or evidence for the Christian God?
Yeah, and you also,
Yeah.
you know that you can also change your life without God, right? In fact, when the example that I always like to bring up is the people that, for example, addicts or criminals, they go into religion in prison, right? It's like, oh well, I mean, yeah, they have nothing to do during the whole day, and you read the Bible, you gather with people, and they're people who have done bad things and have a dirty conscience. So religion is very appealing to those people. Now, when, for example, you see people that are addicts and they turn to religion, those generally get worse results than when we treat addiction through the medical route rather than the faith route. Tay says, these are terrible arguments, like it's giving baby first debate. I told you, he's a baby Christian.
So many of these transformations confound the experts as changes not deemed possible without intensive professional help happen immediately after something as simple as a single prayer.
Boom, there we have it. Number one, I'm going to keep a little list here of the fallacies he committed. Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Well, what about all the people that get prayed for and just fucking die? I told you I had the rebuttals.
Or the people praying to other gods and they have the same experience.
Yep. Or the people who don't pray and stuff gets better anyway. Right?
Yep.
Yes,
Atheists have miraculous recoveries too, yeah.
we are getting a fallacy list now. It's not on screen because it's a little bit cluttered, but I have it on thing here. Okay. Yep. Ale. Jack Fetter for $4.99 says every December 26th, I bet 1 million plus kids would happily sign an affidavit that Santa exists. That's a great argument. And for example, when it comes to testimonial evidence, there are signed affidavits that about the whole Joseph Smith and Mormonism thing, right? So, yeah. It's not that big of a deal. People say stuff that they're convinced about and they will testify to it. But that's not really... that's an iota of evidence, but that's not really convincing to me. We have Ale here with us. Ale, how you doing?
Hi, how are you doing, guys?
Doing awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Excellent. Yeah. I just saw like this on stream while I was going home, and I just hit on the gas in order to arrive here.
Let's go. All right.
No.
So Al, it seems to me that refusing to accept the testimony and experience of others as evidence of God is at best inconsistent and at worst special pleading.
No, don't play the fallacy game.
Yeah. I especially like when I tuned in, I heard about this, about what you guys were saying, and that you commented that Will seems to reject that the magnitude of the claim alters the magnitude of the required evidence, right?
Yep.
And so I think I told you guys once, but it's fine if you forgot, but I had a conversation with Will, basically trying to make him see that atheism is at least not illogical. It's somewhat logical to believe, right? And so in this conversation, we were talking, and in order to kind of demonstrate to me that I would not believe in God no matter what, he brought up like this example of what he asked me first, who is the person you trust most in the world? And I told him my girlfriend, right? And he said, what if she came to you and said that she just had this amazing experience and that she now believes in God and that she saw God or heard God or whatever? And I was just like, well, at first, if there's no other evidence, I would just think that maybe she imagined it. Like, I wouldn't judge her or anything, but I wouldn't think that she actually saw or heard what she saw. And then he was kind of like, well, see, you won't believe in God. But at the time, I didn't thought about it. But it's like, I should have commented something like, well, okay, but let's say that your wife comes to you and she tells you that she saw and petted a dragon or something like that.
Right.
Under that logic, would you believe it? Like, it's not like the magnitude of the claim you're making. It depends on what kind of evidence you need. It's not enough testimony, even if it's from the most trusted person in the world. It's just not enough.
Yeah, or they're dead. And Will, again, I sound like a broken record. This is very hypocritical because Will also rejects the testimony and experience of others when it comes to God, because he rejects millions of Muslims and their testimony and experience for God. So, you know, it's really no different.
Well,
we just go one further.
I don't know what denomination Will is specifically. I would kind of think he's Protestant, just based on my assumptions. But he would even go as far as to reject other Christian denominations' evidence for because when you think about it, each Christian denomination, they have separate miracles, right? You don't see Will invoking the Shroud of Turin or the Lady of Fatima, the painting, and that sort of thing, like, because they're denomination specific. So this is a double standard.
Yep.
What reason do you have for rejecting, if you do, the experience of others when it comes to God, while you accept the experience of others in all other areas of life?
It's a good question. Now, off the top of my...
I'm sorry?
No, it's we've already said it. Go ahead, continue.
Head. What I would say is I don't reject when people say I had this really profound experience, right? And I believed that there was something supernatural or whatever reaching out to me. I don't reject that they truly believe they had that experience. What I want to see evidence of is that experience really caused by something supernatural? So I'm not necessarily doubting the testimony. When I say, when people say to me they had this dream, there's lots of people on TikTok and I don't cover these kind of things, but it's like people say, I had this, like my testimony video, I had this dream, God reached out to me and he spoke to me and I woke up and I felt this and I felt that. Well, I believe that they had that dream and I believe that it affected them in a certain way, but I don't believe that there's a supernatural cause for that. So it's not about doubting testimony. It's about is the way they are interpreting that experience correct or not? And I would then need to look at individual explanations. I was quite interested there, actually, where you said that professionals said there've been transformations. And can you give us an example of one of the type of transformation you mean?
Sure. So you've got alcoholics, drug addicts, porn addicts. There's countless testimonies of people who, after giving their life to God with something as simple as a single prayer, wake up the next morning.
Bullshit! Tell me an dude. Alcoholics, if they cut off cold turkey, you can die from the detox syndrome.
Yeah.
So no, just no. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's not.
heroin. You need to be weaned off of these substances because if you stop cold turkey, you can literally just die.
But at the end of the day, it's not really that we don't believe that they had that experience. We're not even rejecting the fact that somebody may have had some addiction, and then they, were baptized or they said a prayer, and then they were cured of their addiction. But we're rejecting what they're inferring from that, which is that God intervened and made it so.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like Kat said.
That's a huge leap.
Yeah.
I'm not rejecting that they are. I'm not suggesting they're lying about their recovering.
No, but the idea that an alcoholic can be cured of alcoholism with one prayer. I mean, seriously?
Yeah, that's not, like you said, they can die. Like depending on the level of alcoholism, they can die. So it's not something we it's something we would need evidence for, in other words.
Exactly. Lindsay Bowe says, gotta lie to younger creationism.
Morning and never touch alcohol again. Never touch drugs again. Never look at porn again. And I was recently listening to a
Porn is a little bit more believable, but
porn is a little bit more. Yeah, you can just stop. You can just stop watching porn because you will not die from it. But alcohol and drugs, that. I mean, you can stop smoking weed. I stopped smoking weed from one day to the next. Had nothing to do with God. So we have two competing let me say, I even grant you that someone prayed and recovered from alcoholism. I didn't pray and I stopped smoking weed one day because I had better things to do. What about that now?
Yeah.
Neuroscientist who has like almost 8 million subscribers on YouTube. I forget his name, maybe like Brian Huberman. And he prays. And he's like, guys, prayer works. He said, we can't explain this in the professional world where we tell people to try as hard as they can to get rid of their problems and they can't. But as soon as they say, I'm going to give this to God and I'm not going to try myself anymore, they're cured. He said, we can't explain that.
But wait, prayer doesn't always. He says prayer works, but prayer doesn't always work, clearly.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and this is, again, things we need like studies and evidence for, because this guy, obviously, I imagine this other neuroscientist believes in God, and so he obviously has a bias towards it. So this is especially why we need the studies and stuff like that. And also, Duffy Will has brought up like peer review cases where they made some prayer towards someone regarding some illness or something like that. And yeah, there are like documented cases that show that maybe maybe positive results, but most of them it's either one person or it's not the study is not very, what's this word I'm looking for? Not very detailed or not very analyzed in depth. When you have larger samples and better analysis, like the results turn either neutral or even negative in some cases.
I think the greater point is that when you say prayer works, no one really means that. What they mean is prayer occasionally works, and if it just only occasionally works, how do you know it's the prayer that was the thing that caused the outcome when it doesn't work so many other times?
I mean, what if you praying to God has roughly the same result as praying to Alf? So I mean, is Alf the creator of the universe? I don't think so. And then again, you're conveniently ignoring every single person that prays and then just flat out dies. Jack Fetter for $4.99 says, sorry, say what? Never view porn again? What you talk about, Willis?
What about the people who pray to Allah and that sometimes it works, and their claim and their testimony that they prayed to Allah and their prayers were answered? What about their testimony, Will? Why don't you accept those as evidence for the divinity of Allah? You don't.
There's like
just
2 billion Muslims.
Thing.
So I think I have heard Will response to this like point sometimes, and he says, I think it's like the classical argument that even though they believe they're praying to another god, they're praying to the same god, and therefore it does work. I think that's sort of the response that he has given to these sorts of arguments at one point that I've heard.
I'm Raven says that's still God. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. That same response, basically.
we can get into the specifics, and I don't think that Allah and Yahweh are the same God, and we can. It's a whole other conversation. Basil for $5 says the best people are saying Basil problem is the greatest moderator and a polar explorer. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you, Basil. Oh boy.
What I'm going to just get.
Oh, and wait, I was going to say one other thing, and I forgot. Fuck me.
A little PowerPoint up so I can jot some of these things down, because I will do a stream where I kind of like respond to all this. But what I will say is I had a conversation with somebody who was a witch or wizard or whatever. Hang on. Psychology. I'll have to tap that down before I forget it. Yeah, I did a podcast once with a guy called Ranty. Did you come across Ranty doing your flat earth stuff?
Yeah, he was someone who was no longer flat earth before TFE.
Yeah, well, when he kind of crossed over from being a flat earther to not a flat earther, me and him at that time, even though I was doing the conspiracy cat stuff, kind of like jibbing flat earth.
Nah, hold on. Let's do it.
This isn't you.
I want to get through it, so let's move on to the next one.
Is this debate recent?
Well, it's not a debate. It's just Will kind of basically giving his idea of the best evidence for God.
Okay.
Over 800.
Okay, there we go. I'm going to play this for a little bit, and I'll go to the toilet and be right back.
Will, you got to trust the experts. You're not a scientist. Trust the experts. Okay, great. So I'm going to do my best today through all of these points to trust the experts. Now, here's an expert who has a PhD in synthetic, organic, and organometallic chemistry from Purdue University, over 800 research publications, over 200 patents, and is the current TT and WF Chow Professor of Chemistry at Rice University. Now, of course, I'm talking about Dr. James Tour. The reason I kept his name off is because when I start with his name, and I mention Dr. James Tour, the same people that tell me to trust the experts say, Will, don't listen to him. He is an idiot. Here's what he says. And he is an expert, by the way.
Sorry, I remembered what I was going to say regarding the previous point. I did bring up the objection that children die of leukemia and yada yada, and Will's rebuttal to that was, and it's one of the, I mean, it's a default response that they say. 1 second. No one has ever said God heals everyone or that God responds to every prayer. That is your straw man. Children dying of starvation has no bearing on the existence of God. Yes, it has. God has a will and can decide to cure one person and not another. Thank you for admitting that your God is an asshole. One miracle is all that is needed as proof. Oh, you mean like flat earthers invoke the black swan, right? Yeah. So we have a flat earth parallelism number 2. God doesn't have to do the number of miracles you want him to do before you believe. That is just the biggest cop-out, the biggest cope fest ever. This is like, you sound exact, change that to flat earth and you're a flurf, right? And I wouldn't want, like, what kind of a God saves an alcoholic with prayer, but lets a freaking child die of leukemia? This is just conceding the point, Will. You're not as good as you think at debating, like, honestly. So,
and also, like, regarding this point he's making about experts, he's mentioning James Tour, but he's not an expert in origin of life. Like, he's an expert chemist, but he's not an expert in origin of life. So he's just kind of defaulting to the experts. But the broader point is, no, Will, like the experts on the topic, not just any expert.
Yeah, he's that's where we have fallacy number 2. Oh boy, appeal to authority, and also audio warning. I'm going to yell, Mr. Farina! So yeah, obviously, like, I mean, if you have to invoke James Tour, that is just so baby Christian. Like, that is an unborn baby Christian. That is 9 months in the womb kind of a Christian. Like, seriously.
Primordial soup models are a bunch of nonsense. We have zero evidence for that. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. 1952 was the Miller-Urey experiment. He also says this: critical for life is the origin of information, DNA or RNA. The information is primary and the matter secondary, but we cannot even get the matter, the requisite carbohydrates, nucleic acids, lipids, and proteins, let alone the information. Now,
oh no. I asked Will about this. The true answer is that yet we don't know, but here is where Will starts showing his true colors, because I asked him, okay, well, what if one day we actually managed to create life in the lab? And I knew the answer because I asked Dr. J, and Dr. J is familiar with fundamentalism. So he told me that even if we created life in the lab, young earth creationists would say that it's evidence for God because that requires an intelligence. So this point, well, you discarded yourself with the argument that heads I win, tails you lose. So you're asking for us to give you the mechanism of how life could have come about. But even if we did it, you would say that is, I still win, even if we do complete the request of knowing how life came, how we got from non-life to life. So, I mean, you have an unfalsifiable position here, Will, and that is just a trash argument.
Yes, it's like I have heard recently Planet Peterson said, like, if the contrary is not evidence against your claim, then what you're bringing up is not evidence for your claim either.
Yep.
I want to talk about this. Information is important. Random palm trees that have broken and coconuts on a beach is not information. But if you're flying over what looks like a deserted island, and those coconuts and palm trees are laid out in a digital code, here happens to be Morse code for the word help, you know there's an intelligent mind behind it, because that is...
Oh my, the watchmaker argument, seriously? Yeah, we have examples of people doing codes. DNA is not a code. We anthropomorphize, like we, in our very anthropocentric view, we call it a code, but it's not. And what's even more egregious, Will calls it a digital code, and I don't even know what digital even means in that context.
Information. Now, our DNA, we have thymine, adenine, cytosine, and guanine. Those elements, those molecules don't rearrange themselves into a double helix and at the same time into a digital code. That doesn't happen.
What is digital about it? I don't get it.
Digital code in our DNA.
I don't know, like, I'm just speculating here, but the way he uses like the digital thing, I think he's referring to like containing information or something like that, which is something I hear a lot from creationists and people arguing for God in these cases. But when it comes, I think they're always conflating the meaning of information, because information, like everything, contains information. A rock is information and it contains information. A single atom contains information, like its temperature and all sorts of stuff. All that is information. So what do you even mean by information? Do you mean like computer kind of information, or what do you even mean?
Well, let's say he means non-random patterns, right? And I think the fact that the issue is that he's looking at this as instantaneously, whereas I think a lot of people they miss the fact that how long it takes.
Yeah.
They are discounting the deep time that it takes for these things to develop, and what can happen over such long periods of time, and what can develop. And this is a perfect example of it. Yeah.
Brenda for $2 says, Will confuses stochastic versus Shannon information. Thank you so much, Brenda.
I don't know
That
what
information,
those two are, but thank you.
But if the Earth was
Clearly
6,000 years old, it wouldn't be enough time. He's right. So in his worldview, this wouldn't make sense. But billions of years can develop a lot of patterns that take humans can do very quick, in an hour. But it just takes more time for nature to do it.
comes from an intelligent mind. Dr. Tour also says, try to build a cell, even hypothetically. A dream team cannot make a living cell if given all the chemicals in homochiral form and the informational code. Nobody can, nobody's ever done it. Nobody can do it.
Give them a
Dr.
billion
Michael
years,
Behe-
Will. In a billion years, they can.
Yeah. And then again, Will, I'm doubling back to your claim that even if we did it in a lab, you think that would prove God. So this claim is just meaningless because you will not accept the exact thing that you asked for as evidence that you're wrong.
Says modern.
And of course, not only he has to invoke Tour, he also invoked Michael Behe, another grifter.
Science has shown that the cell
Brenda, check your Discord.
is an enormously complex nanoscale factory. And when you study biochemistry, you come across machinery, literally molecular machines. Here is an image I found online of a single eukaryotic cell. And the cell is wildly complex. It's literally a factory. Every year, we learn more and more about the cell and how complex it is. And in my opinion, no one should take the position that a literal factory is ever going to come about by chance.
But it's not a literal factory.
Personal
Not by
incredulity
chance.
is not an argument, though.
Yeah, and it's not a literal factory, right? Like factories are space optimized, so to speak, like very intentionally put things where they are, like they accommodate things very intentionally. And when it comes to more natural things, sure, maybe they are extremely tightly packed together due to the number of iterations, but natural design, quote unquote, looks more like someone threw random shit together and something was refined or something stuck throughout millions of iterations. It's not, it doesn't give, at least to me, it doesn't give the sensation that it's very intentional. It's not simplistic, it's very complex.
So we close out with this. Dr. Tour says, has science explained the origin of life? Not even close. The bottom line of it is we just don't know scientifically. We have no idea how life began. So let's talk about the origin of life.
Well, we have ideas.
Yeah, we have hypotheses, and the building blocks have been found in like asteroids, meteorites, and so on.
But regardless, that even if that were true, that doesn't make evidence for God at all. That doesn't lead to evidence for God at all.
Well, we don't know exactly how or where it began, or whether it began just in one place at one point or multiple places. What we obviously can do is we can trace back. Okay.
And I want people who are watching this.
Oh, this is the worst one.
I want to share my screen. Let's talk about consciousness.
Okay.
And I want people who are watching this to realize that I'm making a very strong cumulative case here.
No, nope. There we have Brenda. How you doing?
Hello, Brenda.
Good afternoon. Good evening,
Hello.
wherever you may be.
Yes, this is Brenda from Minnesota. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Awesome. Wait, would you like to explain to us this what stochastic and Shannon information is for a second? Hello?
Stochastic information is about can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry.
It's about random processes and patterns that emerge from sources like that. And Shannon information is about communications and whether or not, for instance, in this communication here, there is information processing to make sure that the packets are received and are checked, and for how much, how for their fidelity or whatever, right? So the packets are checked according to an algorithm that checks to make sure that the information is transmitted and can be readable. So
Okay.
So a good example I like to use is the rings in a tree contain information. The information isn't a substance. It's just patterns of regularity. We see tree rings. We understand them to be markers of yearly growth, right? And so we can count them. That's information. Right? The Shannon information would be whether or not the information can be transmitted cleanly or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
So if you want to try to get a criminal off, you want to try to poke holes in each piece of evidence and get the jury to forget about the big picture. So I want everybody to make sure you're remembering the big picture here, which is, why do we have millions of people who claim this personal experience and relationship with God, whose lives are transformed? And we really haven't figured out the origin of life. And then next is consciousness. So consciousness is something we all experience and recognize. It's your awareness of yourself and the world around you. Consciousness is the ability to have subjective experiences. It's what it feels like to be you, and it's what separates a living, feeling person from a rock, a video game character, or even someone in a very deep coma. Now, I'm bringing the experts, as I said. This is Tim Maudlin, who's the professor of philosophy at New York University. He's the founder.
Yeah, I have comments.
Why aren't we talking to like a neuroscientist? And I mean, the biggest rebuttal to any of this is, well, what happens if you drive a spike into your brain? Your consciousness stops, right? Because you die.
He also talks about the big picture, but wouldn't the big picture be the fact that the vast majority of prayers aren't answered?
Yeah, I mean that's the Texas sharpshooter.
He's going to talk about consciousness and the hard problem of consciousness, and a number of philosophers don't believe in the hard problem of consciousness. I'm not really certain what Tim Maudlin. I've read a small amount of Tim Maudlin, and he's an excellent philosopher of science. He usually talks about quantum mechanics versus scientific realism. And he leans against that. Scientific realism is a technical term that doesn't really address anything about consciousness. It's about whether or not quantum mechanics undermines that because it's really there's a lot of quantum weirdness going on, but that doesn't have anything to do with consciousness per se. Right. I myself do not believe consciousness exists. And by that, I mean, there's no substance called consciousness. It's just the ability of the brain to be aware of its surroundings and to construct a narrative with regard to our surroundings, right? So, and changing the brain alters our consciousness which seems
Yeah.
to me to be very good evidence that consciousness is the result of the activity of the brain in some way. We might not know fully, but there is a theory called the global workspace theory, which says, essentially that we create a narrative to make sense of the world around us,
Mhm.
and that narrative is what we call a self, and it is conscious in that it is aware of its surroundings.
Right.
Peter?
I took 10 drops of LSD once. I mean, no, not 10 tabs, like 10 drops straight liquid from the dropper, pure LSD. And I saw weird shit. And then the chemicals, the half-life went by, the chemicals wore off, and I was back to normal. So, I mean, we can alter our consciousness in very specific ways with drugs. And whenever you go under for an operation, your conscious experience kind of stops for a moment, and then you're back awake and you're back to your normal self. And to me, that is just evidence that consciousness is the brain just doing what it does, which is be aware of
we
your
have
surroundings.
we have anesthetics, and we can turn consciousness off by, and anesthesiologists is an advanced degree. There's a great deal to know, but they can take your consciousness and turn it off. I mean, not literally, but kind of like a light switch.
Yeah.
Right.
So Will's going to argue that I think that the brain is more of a transmitter of consciousness, and we're connecting with an external soul. But to Brenda's point, a good pushback is going to be about damaging the brain, and damaging different parts of the brain results in different losses of function, and that at least can allow you to reasonably conclude that the physical brain has something to do directly with consciousness. And so especially, and it doesn't lend to the claim that there's some kind of external soul and the brain's just a transmitter. There's no,
he hasn't solved Descartes' problem, mind-body problem. I'm sorry, he just hasn't. And Queen Elizabeth of Bohemia wrote Descartes letters explaining her position, and I side with the Queen on this one. Right? Descartes did not have an adequate response to the problem, to the mind-body problem, to the how there's a connection there. There were some people at the time who said, I think it was Malebranche, who said that, well, it's called occasionalism. Well, it's just coincidence. When you raise your arm, it's because God made you raise your arm, and they just happen to perfectly coincide with your desire to raise your arm.
Like a cosmic puppeteer. That is so silly.
Well, it's puppeteer, but you just think you're raising the arm, but it's actually God doing it.
That is Basil for $5. Does Duffy believe women have the right to vote? I would intuitively think yes, because he's married and has kids.
He was associated with a pretty radical fundamentalist.
But now I don't know anymore. Like with this, after this stream, I don't even know.
The question to ask, Will, is should women be prosecuted if they get an abortion?
Ooh.
Because the person because I'm not sure that he doesn't think that he doesn't go, full Handmaid's Tale on that.
Yeah, well, I've heard someone shared a link to me, and I didn't say because I'm an idiot. But where Will was saying that people should bother the people that work at providing abortions, and he was kind of like for doxing these people and harassing them and so on. So that's a very antisocial behavior.
He was associated with a pastor the guy that passed away, and he inherited his church. that pastor whose name escapes me, starts with an E, I think, had radical opinions like that.
Mhm.
Fine.
Ren says, "Thank you for reviewing this. This stream was so annoying." Oh, I feel you. That's why. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Founder and director of the John Bell Institute for the Foundations of Physics. And he's one of the world's leading philosophers of physics. Here's what he has to say about consciousness. I don't think physicalism or materialism in a certain definition has a chance of being correct because it's evident that consciousness exists. As Descartes would have said, I'm more sure about that than I am that the physical world exists. For those who aren't familiar with René Descartes, he's famous for I think, therefore I am. And he came to the conclusion that he could be more sure about his consciousness than even the physical world existing. And
That is so ridiculous.
Like it could.
I don't know if that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I will let you talk, Brenda. Sorry.
Descartes said cogito ergo sum in the Latin version of his book. In the French version, he said, that I doubt, I cannot doubt my doubting. So he's saying something a little bit more nuanced than what they're saying here. He was saying that Descartes believed that when he was in a dreamless sleep, no dreams, no nothing, he ceased to exist because he stopped thinking. Right? So when you stop thinking, you cease to exist. That's what Descartes believed.
So what I wanted to comment here is that I think there could be some quote mining here. Like, I don't know Tim Maudlin or his philosophy, but if you just read this quote, like, I would actually agree, because your existence is like an inevitable conclusion. You cannot disprove yourself unless you literally undermine your own reasoning, logic, self, whatever, right? So sure, in a sense, this is true. Like, you can be more sure that your consciousness exists than the physical world, because if we're talking about solipsism, the physical world could be an illusion. So I agree with this quote, but I think it could be in the sense that Will is quoting him, but I think there could be some quote mining here, maybe not intentionally, but I think there could be going on here.
Yeah, so it goes on the list. Number 3, we have Texas sharpshooter fallacy, appeal to authority, and quote mining. Leo said, why is he bringing up Tim Malden, a physicist and philosopher of physics, on the topic of consciousness? Like he's just sharing a personal opinion of Tim, not some rigorous argumentation. Yep.
Well,
there
are also, secular philosophy arguments against physicalism and materialism that don't require a need for God, right? So there are arguments like I can't remember one. I think Nagel brought up some. There are arguments against it. My mind is going blank right now.
Okay.
But
don't worry.
But you can be an atheist philosopher and not be a physicalist or a materialist.
Yeah, and also even if none of that was the case, like, he's bringing one opinion against like the consensus, which I don't know what the consensus is, but I suspect it's not like how Will is citing this quote here. I would wager that most philosophers don't agree with the quote in the way Will is implying.
Also, what I've read of Tim Maudlin has been about quantum mechanics. I've not heard him say anything about consciousness. I don't know where he got this, but highly recommended philosopher. I really like him. He said this thing. I don't know if it's true to the context or anything like that, but I would recommend him. I mean, to learn about problems in quantum mechanics and physics, absolutely highly recommended.
I absolutely agree with this. I think the consciousness is the only thing that we can be truly sure of. It's the only thing that we know we cannot be fooled that we are having an experience. And
but
I don't think that's evidence for God.
Yeah,
So
that's essentially what Descartes said. The fact that Descartes imagined a demon that could endlessly deceive you, even about something like 2 + 2 = 4. The demon could be interfering, and every time you go to add 2 and 2, it gives you 4, but that's wrong. But Descartes, and that was part of Descartes' method. But he said, the very fact that I can doubt, that I can entertain doubts, is evidence that I exist, right? That I'm not being deceived, and that's that was the upshot of the cogito, as he stated it in French and not Latin.
Now, I get that, but that being said, would you doubt the physical world so much that you would stand in front of the path of a bullet? No, you wouldn't. And then we have the intersubjective, like I see here, me, meatbag. I see you over there. If you slap me in the face, I will hurt. Now, if I slap you in the face, I can intersubjectively agree that will hurt you too. So, like, you can access the external world. There's like, this is so dumb.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's no point in doubting the external world, like you said, because for this quote, you're required to step into solipsism, which is useless, you know. So
yeah.
Does he explain how this is evidence for God? Because I don't get it yet.
You can you can't jump on the solipsism highway and take the God exit strategy. That doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Basil for $5 says, do you have any regret in championing this lunatic Christian for providing a trivial, albeit expensive demonstration of the globe Earth? We've been through this like so long. I didn't know that he was this wacky, right?
I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with him. It's a testament to the human ability to compartmentalize their beliefs. The fact that Will gave absolutely brilliant arguments against flat earthers, you know, that's sort of like one compartment, and people can do that. People can believe, be very smart, and have very good reasons for one thing over there, and be out of their fucking minds in another area.
Yeah.
And this has been fascinating. This all my conversation with Will, I've been trying to understand how that's possible, and the conclusion I've come to, Brenda, is that his standard of evidence for believing the religious claims just doesn't align with his standard of evidence he demands or requires for everything else in life. So
that's
what I've.
People are like that.
You know,
a critical flaw. Basil for $5 more. Thank you so much. Barcelon, PhD Barcelon. Duffy is anti-choice, anti-gay marriage, anti-trans rights, but I guess his polar exploration overcomes these defects. Well, I don't think that they overcome. I'm starting to see the weight on all of these critical flaws more and more. I don't think they overcome this. He did something great with the final experiment, but this is pretty bad. Toti 5300, you're only aware of his presence, that's God, when he puts you in hell because you can hear him and you better avoid it, eternal fire. That is your little fantasy fairy tale is not scary at all. I was never religious, so you can't even tug at my fear because I was never afraid of hell because hell doesn't exist. So, I mean, nice try.
Like, even when I was a Christian or Catholic rather, and I thought hell existed, I wasn't afraid of it because I thought like that was literally reserved for the worst of the worst. I didn't think anyone else would go there.
Well, I'll say one thing about Basil. I am an atheist. I'm also very poor. I was homeless. I'm in housing, and that housing was made available because out of the generosity of a church here in Minneapolis, which renovated a place and made it available as public housing. I have friends and people I've known for years associated with that church who are good friends. They are believers, right? I'm an atheist, I don't shit on people because they're Christians, right? I mean, this isn't something I don't go to them and say, prove to me that God exists. I don't do that, right? Because I'm a normal human being and I'm not an asshole making everybody around me pass some kind of a litmus test before they can be my friend.
Yep.
Right? So I'm perfectly fine with other people in the flat earth community who are believers and debunk flat earth. It doesn't matter. It does bother me a little bit that Will Duffy is pretty extreme, but but the fact that he's let's the thing is, flat earth is easy. Kids in school can debunk this shit. Right? This isn't close to rocket science. They can't even begin to understand rocket science. Right? And the fact that I live in a world with other believers, I have Muslims that live around me all the time. It's just, you just can't, you live your life making everybody you have friends with pass some kind of a litmus test about whether or not you can be friends with them. I mean, that's just crazy. So knock it off, Basil. Knock it off.
Inquisitive Infidel for $2. He's the definition of motivated reasoning. I agree. And for $2 more, I fear hell like the pirates in Neverland. And Bikini Troll says the problem is that he admits and shows he doesn't know science, but thinks he knows better than scientists. Like Witsit, he'll find anomalous scientists because he doesn't like the mainstream. Yeah, that's another parallelism with Will and the thought processes of flat earthers. All right, let's keep it going.
That it was possible that he existed, but was in a vat, essentially, like a brain in a vat connected to something else. So this is how sure.
So high-tech solipsism. Good job.
We can be that consciousness exists. Next expert is David Chalmers. He has a PhD in philosophy and cognitive science from Indiana University, professor of philosophy and neuroscience at New York University, co-director of NYU's Center for Mind, Brain, and Consciousness, and the co-founder of the Association for the Scientific Study of Consciousness. Here's what he has to say. I was trained as a scientist. My attitude was that materialism had to be true, and there was just this little problem reconciling materialism with consciousness. Only over time have I begun to think this is more and more of a problem. In fact, maybe it's impossible to reconcile consciousness with materialism. Back to
so appealing to possibility, right? Because
he's quote mining. He's quote mining because there's other philosophers like Daniel Dennett. Why doesn't he quote Daniel Dennett?
I don't know Daniel Dennett. What does he say?
Daniel Dennett is one of the four horsemen from the early aughts and stuff. Big philosopher, atheist, along with Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, and one more that escapes me. They were called the Four Horsemen. Daniel Dennett has written a great deal about consciousness. He has opposite things to say that Chalmers does. Chalmers is, again, highly respected philosopher, very recommended. You should read him because he's a lot of good things to say, but people disagree. It's philosophy. Not everybody thinks that there's a hard problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
And again, spikes in the brain. Spikes in the brain stop your consciousness, and there is no way to determine anything past that. When that person dies, the consciousness stops. And there's no way to claim. Basil says Sam Harris is the fourth. Bob No for $5 says off topic, but congrats on 1 year of memberships. Your first member. Let's freaking go. Thank you so much, Bob. All right.
I think you forgot to mention Richard Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins, yes. Dawkins, yes, Harris, Hitchens.
Sam Harris and Daniel Dennett,
Dennett, got it.
Yeah, so scientists don't all agree, therefore
Yeah.
Jesus is God. I don't get the connection.
Right? And Inquisitive Infidel for $5, he's ignoring brain correlates. Then at consciousness, the illusion of the mind tells itself about itself. Yeah, it's a big problem.
I don't think that physics has the resources within it to explain or account for the existence of conscious states, and the connection between the existence of conscious states and the physics of our brains is completely opaque. There's no conceptual connection at all.
What? Dude, we can create substances that alter your brain in very specific way. Like, dude, we can tailor substances to do things in the brain, specific things, right? And LSD was discovered by accident, but then you have so many drugs that affect the brain directly, psycho medications and so on. There's so much.
We can literally predict their thoughts before they have them as well.
Yes, and there is a machine. It's not very advanced, but they kind of hook you up to it, and it creates images based on what you're thinking. So
I think there's also developing. I think, I don't know, in beta or what, but I heard about like a machine that actually records your dreams, like makes images out of what you're dreaming and makes them a video or something like that. So that's pretty cool. I want that to come out already.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I mean,
I'm still waiting for evidence for how this supports this claim.
There are people trying to work on brain implants, digital brain interfaces. The Neuralink and the Chinese are also working on their own version of the tech. Like, what? This is so weird. Inquisitive Infidel for $2. Will ignores Phineas Gage's personality changes.
What Tim Odlin and who was the other person before him he was talking about? My brain goes
connection between Gages or Odlin.
I don't remember, but he was wearing
Chalmers. Tim Odlin and Chalmers. What Chalmers is referring to is I put it in the private side chat here, is psychophysical harmony, which posits that the precise fortunate correlation between conscious experience and physical brain states, mental states, are improbable under naturalism and expected under theism. And there's an argument, and it's been going on for a long time, and there's a lot of stuff written about it. This mind-matter alignment requires an explanation. And what you are saying, Max, and what the others are saying is it seems to be evident that there's a correlation between brain states and mental states. And the philosophers are saying we have an argument for why that is more likely under theism than physicalism. My intuition is that the fact that you get drunk by drinking alcohol is really good evidence that there is this connection.
Yeah.
But the philosophers, the people he's citing, Chalmers et al., do have philosophical arguments against it, and it's very involved. So I think it's a matter of there's a certain amount of intuition involved. I kind of think that the fact that Phineas Gage took a railroad spike to the head and that changed his personality completely. How does a railroad spike affect his soul, his immaterial soul? How does that happen? I mean, the mind-body interaction problem that Descartes brought up, it goes both ways. It not only does it say how does the mind, which is immaterial, affect the material body, but how can the material body affect the mind if it's immaterial? How can that possibly be?
Like with the example you brought up about Phineas Gage, like I just thought, okay, they say that it's like a transmitter for the soul, right? And that's why you behave how you behave. okay, but if your transmitter gets damaged and now your personality is completely different and you turn into a murderous psychopath, is your soul doomed because your vehicle didn't obey your soul, or how does that even work?
That's an excellent point. If you damage the radio, you don't change the program. You're listening to I don't know, some musical program, WCCO or something. And it doesn't going to change the programming if you damage the radio, but apparently with people it does. Well, how do we account for that?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it going.
Existence of conscious states, and the connection between the existence of conscious states and the physics of our brains is completely opaque. There's no conceptual connection at all. He also says, I think there's a reason this is called the hard problem, because I think it's the hardest problem there is. Every sketch for a kind of solution seems to lead to certain absurdities. And he said, if you ask me what will give me explanatory closure or something that's really explanatorily satisfactory here, I can't think of an approach which even in principle would give it. Now, if you're not familiar with the term hard problem, this is known as the hard problem of consciousness. There's also something known as the easy problems of consciousness, and the names are a bit of a misnomer. These are not solved. The easy problems are not easy. The reason it's called the hard problem is because they can't even figure out a hypothetical way to solve it. The easy problems, which have not been solved, are called easy because they can at least think of potential ways to solve it, but they still haven't solved it. Now, back to David Chalmers. He's actually best known for coining these terms, hard problem of consciousness and easy problems of consciousness, in his 1995 paper, Facing Up to the Problem of Consciousness. But David Chalmers is also known for winning a 25-year bet with neuroscientist Christoph Koch. Now, this was covered in New...
Oh boy, how is that even relevant? Inquisitive Infidel for $2. The field of psychoactive drugs disproves wills. And I would agree, because I've done a shitload of drugs. And yeah, you can alter your conscience. I've seen stuff that was not there, right? There was, you know that machine that kind of launches concrete into the wall so that it leaves a texture, right? I was 10 drops of LSD in, and I was looking at that, and then out of the shapes, a tiger started to form that walked along the wall with me to the toilet and all the way back. And then I went outside and the tiger went away. And there was no tiger. But it looked real. It walked. It walked just like a cat walks. And I could see the shoulder blades of the tiger moving. And it went to me. It kept me safe until I went to the toilet, got back, and then it went away. And then I started seeing drawings in the clouds and stuff. And yeah, but that was happening just in my brain, inside of my head. So your brain can literally make you see things. Mm-hmm. Imagine that.
New Scientist magazine. It was called The Consciousness Wager. And in 1998, Koch bet a case of fine wine that within the next 25 years, someone would discover a specific signature of consciousness in the brain. Chalmers said it wouldn't happen and bet against him. And Nature published this article in June of 2023. Decades-long bet on consciousness ends, and it's philosopher 1, neuroscientist 0. And let's give Christoph some credit. He brought a case of fine wine and paid up to David Chalmers for losing this 25-year bet. Now, we also have to talk about one...
Ooh, someone made a prediction that was wrong. Ooh.
Yeah, like we also predicted flying cars by the 2000. Where are they?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean much.
I mean, if you want to go there, we can disprove the Bible by Jesus saying that this generation will not see old age before these things come to pass. Yeah. And those people be real dead now. So Jesus is failed that prediction. Good job.
Yeah, so atheist 1, Bible 0, then.
Hell mother freaking yeah. Basil says for $5, please comment on how last night's debate on MDD was a perfect example of why non-experts provide no value in debates. I didn't. I watched the first part of the debate. I need to finish watching it because I went to watch Tune on the Raging Tomato. They were talking about AI. There was some weirdo arguing that we should replace teachers with AI.
Oh,
And
yeah,
That was
seemed-
actually a really good debate.
That was
One
fun.
of the best debates I've seen on Raging Tomato, which is usually a shit show. I'm sorry, but it is.
I'm trying to go debate the drug legalization with Isa. Don't. No, Sarah is
Okay,
fantastic,
no,
and her
they
channel
need-
is awesome.
They need people like you, basically, because it's mostly these ortho bros.
Yes, I know.
I would like to
But
debate
also,
veganism.
I'll put a pin in that and I'll comment. What I can tell you is I don't know Dr. Ron. I know First Amender and I know Ronnie. Ronnie is slippery as fuck. And he has the grift nailed down. He's been doing it for years. So Ronnie is a tough opponent, not because he has the truth, but because he's a filthy liar. He knows he's lying. He's been corrected by many people. And it's possible that it didn't go well. But I'll watch it and I'll comment that later. Inquisitive Infidel for $5. Consciousness is determined by brain waves, which isn't specific. All right.
More expert, which is Dr. Michael Egner. He's the professor of neurosurgery and pediatrics at the State University of New York, Stony Brook. He has performed over 7,000 brain surgeries over his 45-year career, and he's the author of The Immortal Mind, a neurosurgeon's case for the existence of the soul. He taught me in his book about split brain surgery. So there's a last resort brain operation called a corpus callosotomy, where the corpus
callosum,
callosum, which is the massive bundle of nerve fibers that connects the two hemispheres of the brain, is cut in half. Here is a paper that was a study done by Yerba. So these surgeries are done usually for people who have serious epilepsy, because it prevents a seizure from going from one hemisphere to the other. So it drastically reduces the
I checked because I wasn't sure of the pronunciation, but yes, it's corpus callosotomy.
effect of these seizures. Well, it brings up an interesting question. If consciousness comes from the brain, what happens when you split the brain in half? The most interesting thing about this study is they would show one side of the brain one image and the other side of the brain another image. And the two hemispheres of the brain physically cannot communicate with one another. And these patients were able to explain the story of what they were shown. Here's a hypothetical example. One hemisphere would be shown a baseball, the other hemisphere would be shown a broken window, and the patients were able to say, you're trying to tell me that a baseball broke the window, but one hemisphere could not talk to the other.
He's selectively picking, because there are other experiments show, I mean, it's not true that the left can't communicate with the right. It can, because the field of view is unified and stuff. There is a communication that's happening sort of external to the person, which is the testing environment. When they really divide it, they put like a literal divider between their eyes, so the left eye, so the left brain can't see what the right brain is seeing. Then it comes up with different things. And one of the things that has happened in split brain patients, they had one patient that one hemisphere was a theist and the other hemisphere was an atheist.
Ooh.
And so the question to ask Will is, where does that person go when they die?
That's an interesting situation there.
half and half. Like he spends eternity being like half a soul.
So when they control so that each hemisphere doesn't know what the other hemisphere is seeing, then it can't stitch it together and make a unified narrative. When it can't see what the other side is seeing, then they're not related. And also, for instance, hearing. There was a case where the patient put their thumb along a toothbrush, and the information goes to the other side. The other side could hear the bristles on the toothbrush, and it was able to construct, again, a narrative from that. You have to make sure that no information gets to the other side that one side is experiencing. And again, the question is, in a split brain, you have basically two people inside of a skull. Are there two
Right.
souls?
Yeah.
And if one is an atheist and one a theist, does half of the brain go to hell and the other half go to heaven?
Chris, remind me, were you ever religious, or are you? I'm thinking that you have always been an atheist, right?
Well, I was raised Christian. I was baptized and
okay.
confirmed, but I rarely went to church except for those particular events. And I never really quite even gave it a serious thought until maybe in my 20s. I was like,
Okay.
oh yeah, no, that's complete bullshit. There's no evidence for this.
Because as someone who was never religious, like all of this is not convincing at all. Like not even close.
Oh
Also,
yeah, no,
Max,
How much?
yeah. So the first time I ever thought about it, it didn't take long to be like, no, obviously this didn't happen. Like,
Max, he's going to bring
brain
up
does
this
the mind need?
X-ray.
This was a
Sorry.
patient.
Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm getting ahead of him, right? This is an example. This is a person who didn't have a lot of brain matter. All of that dark gray area is fluid, right? There's not much there as far as brain goes, but they were perfectly functional, perfectly good human.
Oh.
And listen to Will's language. He seems to suggest that you don't need a brain at all.
Oh my.
And that's not true. There is brain tissue, and there's apparently enough. One of the remarkable things about the human brain is it's incredibly plastic and flexible. You damage one area, the rest of it will take up the function of that area and take it over.
Yeah,
right?
Neuroplasticity is an amazing thing. Do you know about that guy that he got a magnum shot to the head, lost like a quarter of the literal head, the skull, the brain, everything, and his brain rewired and lives a somewhat normal life.
Yeah, but this one says, how much brain does the mind need? Apparently not a lot. Apparently you can get by with a little bit of brain, but listen to Will's language. He seems to imply it's hardly needed at all. At least the first time I heard it, that's what I heard. I could be wrong.
All right, we'll see.
Inquisitive Infidel for $5. Thank you so much. Will disparages the mention of separated personalities, which tells me he found that and ignored it for his favorite study. I think that's a fair assessment. So cherry picking. Oh boy, the fallacies are piling up. We're at 4 already.
Dr. Egner.
Well, it's straw manning too, right?
In what way?
He's misrepresenting the science. If you pick and choose from the science what you want to pay attention to, aren't you essentially straw manning?
Is it straw manning though? Because it's not misrepresenting an argument, only a fact. So I don't know.
Yeah, straw manning the fact that this like Chalmers was not arguing for the existence of God when he was talking about the heart problem. He doesn't even believe in God, as far as I understand. So I guess that's straw manning in a way.
That could be a straw man.
You can be a non-physicalist atheist. You don't have to believe in physicalism or materialism to be an atheist.
Yep.
All right.
Katie, and when she was born, she was missing most of her brain. As you can tell there's very little brain. The dark area is all spinal fluid, water, essentially. And what's interesting is Katie grew up to be a bright, happy child. And I see her for a routine examination every year. This is from the book. At every stage of her life, she's excelled. She sat and talked and walked earlier than her twin sister, and she made the honor roll in high school. As far as I know, they've never done anything medically for her. Here's another case published in The Lancet, which is called The Brain of a White-Collar Worker. This is a 44-year-old who had mild left leg weakness, and it turns out he's missing, they estimate, between 50 to 75% of his brain. And he came to the doctor with mild left leg weakness, married with 2 children and a regular job. So it's interesting, right? If we think consciousness is coming from the brain, but you're missing most of your brain, it doesn't seem to affect consciousness.
Or you're conveniently ignoring a very kind of well understood concept, which is neuroplasticity, right?
Well,
And
it's
the
certainly,
resilience.
it's something of a leap to say, to sort of suggest, maybe I was wrong, but it seems like he's suggesting you don't need a brain at all. I don't think he wants to say that.
I think
Regardless,
I didn't
how's
get
evidence
that
for
feeling.
God,
I got more the feeling that he's just saying that consciousness is not in the brain, not that necessarily you don't need a brain.
And that's just incredulity, though, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah,
It is.
I agree. I
fantastic.
agree with you.
It is. Yeah, it's remarkable. It's amazing, right? Yeah, but that doesn't mean. I don't think that gets him to the conclusion he wants.
No, I agree
No.
with that. Basil for
Ignore-
$5 says, kudos for critiquing Duffy. I'd argue he's a much more malignant force than goobers like Whitsitt, Wise, Vlad, Arwen, Oakley, etc. Well, thank
I
you,
think they're-
Barcelona. I knew you would enjoy this one.
I think with that comment, it depends what you consider malicious or malignant, but in a way, maybe.
Mm.
I like how we just glance over the fact that Katie was born with half a brain. Like, what the fuck,
Right?
God? Gee,
Yeah.
like, wow,
Right?
what
Yeah.
did she do?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that seemed like an argument against God, not for it.
It's like, oh, look,
mean, what the
and he
fuck?
brings it up like it was some kind of an argument. He brings it up in the miracle section, which is, I think it's the next one, about like this woman that was basically just rotting away, and it's like, oh well, God healed her. And he's like, well, motherfucker, God made her that way in the first place. How?
Yep.
It's like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
I will cut off your leg, but I will also put it back.
Yeah, like, do you want to invoke a miracle? How about
Yes.
someone that is born with a leg that grows back? Why not that as a miracle instead of the opposite thing?
Well, there's
Oh,
been a
it's,
whole website. Why won't God heal amputees?
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, he makes the claim. He makes something. I don't remember if that's exactly the claim that he makes, but yeah, it's bad. It's
God is mysterious. How can we understand God's will?
did I miss anything? No, we're good.
So when the brain is split in half or largely absent or shut down, the human person is still present in whole, not in part. And there is no evidence that consciousness resides in any specific area of the brain. So let's have a
No, because it's what the brain does. It's not a one section kind of like there's not one tiny circuit. It's the brain doing its whole thing. It's like a computer. The computer is like the whole thing. Each individual part fulfills a role. But in order for me to be able to stream and do it, the whole computer has to be working together.
Yeah. Yeah, Daniel Dennett had an argument that was called the homunculus fallacy, which is the way common people typically understand their personhood, their self, their soul, is that it's a little man inside of the brain, and it's experiencing the Cartesian theater. The theater is our sensory data being projected metaphorically inside of the brain. And he says that's a fallacy because it leads to an infinite regress. I mean, so how does the homunculus know what's going on? It too would have to have a little homunculus inside of the homunculus that is also seeing as the world projected on a screen, and so on. So that's called the homunculus fallacy. It means that, there isn't a little man inside of you, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
You are the brain. That's you.
Yes.
Also, like this is again pure speculation, but I would wager that these people that are missing so much brain do live, even though they live like a normal life, relatively, I would wager that they do present some kind of condition or disability. Not that necessarily it's pretty big or overwhelmingly noticeable, but I think that when people say they are living a normal, fulfilling life, it's like when diabetics live a normal life. That it doesn't mean that they don't have a disease like diabetes. If they eat sugar, they are more vulnerable to experiencing certain conditions that other people aren't. So
Yeah.
I would wager that some of that is also happening in these cases, even though I'm not entirely sure.
Mhm.
Well, after all, flat earthers live relatively normal lives.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, some of them. Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says a violin is not the orchestra. Well, thank you so much. That is so true.
Conversation about consciousness.
I've got 3 points just while they're fresh in my mind. Can I bullet blast them at you, if that's a
Please.
term? And then
Yeah, please.
because I might forget. So that last thing you said, the person's still there as a whole. If even if
Oh, we got the one, the only Ember. How are you doing? Thank you for dropping by.
some more part of the brain is missing. I mean, I think we're all aware that brain damage, serious brain damage, will show that the person can lose a lot of their faculties.
And this is where it gets.
So
This is where it gets like
Yeah.
off
By
the
the way,
rails weird.
Okay.
I want that T-shirt. I want that T-shirt that Katz is wearing, the Doctor Who T-shirt.
Oh yeah. All right. Miracles. Let's freaking go.
your favorite here. So let's talk about miracles.
Perfect.
So this is important, Al. Before I show evidence of verified and confirmed miracles, it's crucial that you tell me what you would accept as solid evidence that a miracle happened. What made the final experiment so successful?
Here, like the thing with this thing about miracles is that by their very definition, they're unfalsifiable. So, because how would you even determine that something is a miracle? If you could determine, like through science or evidence, that something was a miracle, it wouldn't be a miracle in the first place because it would be kind of explained. So this is like one of those points where I say it's just like saying, well, I don't have an analogy right now, but it's like presenting an unfalsifiable scenario and saying, if you cannot present me a way to falsify it, then like you won't believe in it ever. Like, no, that you cannot present an unfalsifiable scenario then.
And here, my biggest problem is that even if I grant him the argument, which God? Which one did it? Because I mean, couldn't it be Vishnu or Shiva doing the miracles, or some other god that we don't know about that no one has written about it? So it gets you to a generic god. It doesn't get you to the one that he wants.
Well, I don't know if it gets you to a generic God. I mean, how do you define miracles? Something that's extremely statistically unlikely? I mean, those things happen.
Yeah.
It's a violation of the laws of nature.
Mm-hmm.
And if the laws of nature are violated, science is impossible. You might get to a God, but you've given up any possibility of science, because if the laws of nature can be violated, then there isn't any experiment that you could ever do that you could ever trust.
Yep. Precisely.
And the cases here, I know the details on the one that he brings, the last one that he brings up. I'm familiar with that story, and I'll tell you all about it when we get to it.
Successful is that nearly all flat earthers took the position publicly that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was not real. So what would you accept as evidence a miracle occurred?
It would have to be something that I mean, on the spot, it's difficult to think of a particular without thinking of a very specific example, it's difficult to think of an explanation, but it would have to be something that required some kind of supernatural input. But so I suppose, say, science can't explain it, but also science can't explain a lot of things at the minute. We're unfolding a lot of mysteries, aren't we? We're digging into a lot of mysteries as we become more and more sophisticated. So maybe some that science can't explain yet wouldn't fit, but it would have to be something that convinced me there was supernatural involvement, I suppose, is the best I can give you.
Okay. I think I'm gonna provide that for you today. Okay. Now I'm gonna.
I don't think so. But...
No, you're not. And that would have been my response. Like, if this was me speaking with him, I would have told him, "You're going to try, but you're going to fail." Leo, give me a sec. I'll send it over.
It would be a sarcastic. Give it your best shot.
Yeah.
Well, there's a response, which is, he says the final experiment was successful. Well, no, it wasn't. If miracles are possible, we can't know that the final experiment was successful. That could have been God intervening. Just
exactly.
like that one pastor said. That if miracles are possible, God could have intervened in such a way that everybody that went there saw the 24-hour sun. So you can't do any science and any experiment. They're all falsified.
Right? Yeah, because God could be, poking his finger. And the idea that the laws of nature can just change arbitrarily like that would make everything like so much harder.
I'm going to go over one miracle here, and then I want to get your take on it before I go over the next one. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Okay. Now, believe it or not, this is going to come as a shock to a lot of people. There is no shortage of miracle accounts in modern history. And to satisfy the science.
But they come from all different kinds of religions and all different backgrounds, and they all claim different things.
In the Nordic countries, there's no shortage of fairies and trolls being seen.
Yeah.
In the modern day, there are people who go out and purport and claim that they have seen fairies and trolls.
Yep.
Yeah, there are Indian gurus that millions of people in India would testify to the fact that they've been cured of their diseases by this person, or this person has risen people from the dead and walked on water, and there's living people who testify to the divinity of their Indian guru.
Yeah. In the Asclepius temples in ancient Greece, there are stone inscriptions of people that were healed by, say, blind people that got spit on their eye, and then they grew an eye back. And there are inscriptions in stone of those miracles happening.
Mm-hmm.
Leo, my friend, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope all is well.
Doing well. Yeah, we started talking about miracles. I had to jump in here because I think way too many people are way too charitable to theists when it comes to miracles. I think miracles are largely a completely incoherent concept to begin with, because it's either the case that they fall out, they're recalcitrant to our understanding of how the natural world works, in which case there's no reason for me, like that, it just in and of itself is reason for me to suppose that they don't occur, or they are consistent with the way the natural world works, and in which case I don't need to appeal to anything beyond the natural world to account for their occurrence. So then what the fuck is a miracle?
Essentially, there's no such thing as supernatural.
Well, yeah, but I think the concept of supernatural is incoherent.
Right, or that's what I'm saying. It's the same point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Max, I'm going to drop out. This is no commentary.
You're not leaving because of me, are you, Brenda? Because if so, I'll just leave.
No, it's because it's not. It has nothing to do with you. It's the fact that you're here actually says that there's a good, strong panel, and I have.
No, but
I just called us weak, guys.
Max, I play a game, and I'm feeling an urge to get back into it and grind out a few more points.
I get that.
Right.
I get that. But Brenda, thank you so much for joining us. And
Yep.
Take
if you're
care,
bored
Brenda.
of the game, feel free to come back. Take care. All right.
I like Brenda.
Oh, yeah, she's awesome.
Brenda is the shit. I just wanted to make sure that like it wasn't an issue with me because I like Brenda. I like listening to her, and she was here before me. So if it was something related to me, I was just gonna leave. But it's nice to know because I like Brenda. I don't want Brenda to be mad at me. So
Yeah. All right.
Minded out there. There are miracles verified by medical professionals at some of the most prestigious medical institutions. There are miracles that have been published in the peer-reviewed literature.
Oh, boy.
And there are even
No, there's not.
miracles which have been caught on camera.
This is the
no, there's not.
there like what he says about the published in peer review. Okay, like let's just grant his vague definition of miracles. Like okay, yes, but there's it. He doesn't kind of distinguish between qualities into peer review. So
there are things in peer review that like particularly in like the medical literature that doctors have written on and they're like this is really weird, we're not really sure what's going on here. That doesn't make something a miracle. Like that doesn't that's not how that works.
Basically. Yeah.
Oh, Basil, come on. We're having fun here. You're raining on our parade.
There is no hard problem to solve, and I have not once ever in my life claimed to have solved grand unification because I'm not a dumb fuck like Eric Weinstein or something like that. I actually understand physics, so I know why. I'm not sure. It might not even be the case that there is a grand unified theory. Most physicists would say there probably is, but we're not actually like certain of that. So. Yeah.
Let me read it. For $5 says Leo, remind us, have you solved the hard problem, grand unification, or both? Basil, why we're having fun here. Come on.
So in my opinion, there's really no excuse to not accept this. And again, just because of my connection to Al through the flat earth debunking, there's plenty of evidence now of this 24-hour sun in Antarctica that there's really no reason.
There's plenty of evidence of a natural thing happening. Good job. Okay. Okay.
Or excuse to reject it. All right, we're going to talk about Barbara Comiskey. Now, she was diagnosed by the Mayo Clinic with multiple sclerosis at age 15. She lost the ability to walk at age 24. By 30, she had a paralyzed diaphragm, collapsed lung, frequent pneumonia, tracheostomy tube for breathing, and she was on oxygen dependency. She was legally blind, severe tremors in arms and hands, and her body was contracted into the fetal position.
That's fucked up, God. That's really fucked up.
I mean,
what the fuck?
It's either that God was like, oh, look at, I'm
What an
gonna,
asshole.
it reminds me of the story of Job. Like, I will screw up your life in the most horrible ways, but then I'll fix you and everything will be okay. That just means God is a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, couldn't God have just avoided giving this woman all of these problems?
Yeah, like I said, like why this type of miracle? Why not a magic intestine that regenerates? Why?
Right? Inquisitive Imperial for $5, a miracle from a publication that supports acupuncture and alternative medicine isn't solid proof.
Can I make a point that I think oftentimes gets overlooked?
Yes, of course.
So when it comes to peer-reviewed literature, there is a lot of nuance. The fact that I can procure a peer-reviewed, published paper making a claim in no way, shape, or form means that claim is true. Do you guys know the amount of papers I could cite that are published and peer-reviewed in legitimate journals that argue that general relativity is wrong? That does not mean that general relativity is wrong. All it means is that the assumptions made in the paper from which you get the falsity of general relativity are internally consistent. The math they're doing is internally consistent. That does not mean that it matches up with the way the world is. So this idea that, well, I've got papers, that's cool, that really doesn't mean anything. And this is why claims that consensus isn't important, I think, just show one's ignorance of science. Consensus is important. It's not just that you can flaunt some papers. It's where does the field as a whole stand? What does the most of the literature say? What do the most of the experts have to say? Not just here's some papers that I can throw in your face. And this is something that I think a lot of people miss. And this is why I think meta-analyses and meta-studies that survey what a broad scope of papers within a field have to say are more important than any one individual paper is ever going to be.
Right. Inquisitive Infield says citation count and citations that agree is significant. Yeah. All right, let's see this woman.
She had paralysis of the intestinal tract, ileostomy with a bag, and loss of bladder and bowel control. She had a feeding tube because she couldn't swallow. Her muscles atrophied after not having walked for 7 years. At 31, she was put on hospice palliative care at home with a no resuscitation order. On Pentecost Sunday, June 7th, 1981, 2 friends were praying over her and reading scripture. Barbara heard a booming, authoritative voice say, "My child, get up and walk." Her friends did not react and did not hear the voice. She stood up from the bed, fully and instantaneously healed. Her vision was restored. Her atrophied muscles were restored. Her lungs were reinflated back to normal. There was a church service that night at her church, Wheaton Wesleyan Church. And she went to church and walked down the aisle in front of everyone. And many of them had only known her curled up in a wheelchair. Now, one of her surgeons, Harold Adolph, said this: "Barbara was one of the most hopelessly ill patients I ever saw. She was diagnosed at the Mayo Clinic as having multiple sclerosis. She had been admitted to the local hospital 7 times in the year that I was first asked to see her. Each time she was expected to die. One diaphragm was completely paralyzed so that the lung was non-functional, and the other worked less than 50."
Wait, do we have 2 diaphragms? Or like, do they mean like 1/2?
I think they mean 1/2, but I'm not a medic, so I don't know.
We have 1 diaphragm.
Yeah, that's weird.
She had a tracheotomy tube in her neck for breathing, always required extra oxygen, and could speak only in short sentences because she easily became breathless. Her abdomen was swollen grotesquely because the muscles of her intestine did not work, nor would her bladder function. She had not been able to walk for 7 years. Her hand and arm movements were poorly coordinated, and she was blind except for 2 small areas in each eye. Dr. Harold Adolph said this was completely unexpected. There is nothing I can explain on the basis of medicine. It was a miracle. Another doctor, Dr. Thomas Marshall, said, "I have never witnessed anything like this before or since, and considered it a rare privilege to observe the hand of God performing a true miracle. Barb has gone on to live a normal life in every way."
My problem with this is like, okay, sure. What about all the other people that just die of MS?
My problem with this is that there's actually no like external independent verification of these claims. Like just Google her name and all you get is religious sites touting it as a miracle. There's not, as far as I know, there's not even a Wikipedia article on it. There's not an Encyclopedia Britannica article on it. There's no published literature on this. Also, this supposedly when this happened was like in the 50s or the 60s when we didn't have nearly the level of diagnostic tools that we do now, which means that it's significantly more likely that she was misdiagnosed altogether. Like there's just so much. And this is the case with every single claim of miracles that we are told is legitimate, is that there's no real paper trail behind it, and there's no real way to verify the claims. And oftentimes when you dig deeper into it, you find that there's a variety of places where things could have been misdiagnosed, where people could have just been straight pulling shit out of their ass, all sorts of things. And when you take that alongside the fact that we have no established precedent for these things actually happening in meaningful, demonstrable, and easily confirmable ways, I think it's just far more likely that there's just a lot of fabricated stuff and misdiagnosis going on here.
That, and also, let's say we grant them all of this, that this actually happened.
Yeah.
But I would wager that she was being... Yeah, but I would wager that she was being treated for all of this shit, right? It's not like she wasn't not taking any treatment throughout her whole life the entire time. So how do we know that treatment didn't have an effect even if it wasn't immediate? So how about we talk first about someone that was never being treated and then just spontaneously healed for some reason?
I think it's more probable that like Harry Potter magic is real and somebody like wizarded her to health or something than it is that we have to posit this whole new dimension and ontology of entities that interact with the world to do things like this. But I can't tell you how they interact with the world or the mechanisms or the processes but they do, and then stuff magically changes. And okay. Like you could grant them everything and just be like, yeah, but it could be a wizard. It could have been aliens. It could be a god, but maybe it's just not your god. How do you know it's not like Vishnu or like something like that? How do you know it's not Thor? Like you don't know. You just immediately go, oh, Christianity must be true.
Inquisitive Infidel for $5. Will says the medical records are available. Show me redacted pages, not claims of claims. Even then, spontaneous recovery happens. Yep. And Basil for $5. In a recent stream, FTFE claimed his religious teacher sent him home because he asked too many questions. Do you believe this? I didn't get sent home, but I did have the same experience at 5 when I was in like the Catholic kindergarten. From the first time that God mentioned to me, that made no sense. And like obviously to the reasoning degree of a 5-year-old, but yeah, it's not far-fetched.
Yeah.
You're going to see when it comes to James Drain that I don't know if it actually says in this presentation, but I actually did watch the show on Miracle and his episode, and it turns out he was misdiagnosed multiple times before he got the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis. And that just goes to show, the diagnosis is subjective. And so who's to say that those initial diagnoses weren't correct and that the MS was the correct diagnosis and so on and so forth. So I don't know. It's all.
And then again, the biggest problem to me and Will's answer is that God has a will. So he wills these people these people be saved. But then lets children die of leukemia. That makes no fucking sense to me.
Yeah, the psychology there is a little fucked up. Why is it that God heals random like old ladies in the 60s, but not like why does he not stop genocides from happening?
Yeah.
And then that begs the question is, okay, so God healed this lady of all of her evil illnesses. Why do illnesses exist at all in a world God created? For him to have to do miracles to stop? Like it just there's so many other questions related to, often these problems of divine psychology, they're called. What motivates God to act in the ways that he does? If you can't explain that, then how do you know that he's motivated to act the way that he does? You can't just post hoc rationalize back to what God wanted to do simply because it occurred, so it must be that that's what God wanted. You have to have some sort of divine psychology in place that lets us know how God is motivated. You can't just say, well, this happened, so God must have wanted it that way because that's the way it was. That doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't find that convincing at all.
And Dr. Donald Edwards said there is no medical test to explain what has happened. There is no neurological trace of her problem. The proof is time. So this is the first miracle. And this is obviously a very powerful one. You can watch interviews of her on YouTube. It's fully documented. We have yada, yada, yada. You can't too.
All right, the next one. I think this is the one that I know about.
Goes back to what I said initially. It's the standard of evidence. It just goes out the window for Will when it comes to religion.
Yep.
Or,
come on, YouTube. What the fuck are you doing? Come on, YouTube. Hello, we're streaming here.
He lost his driver's license.
Okay, there we go.
You can verify it with medical. You can talk to her family. You can watch interviews of her, etc. So, I think it'll be strong. All right, if you want to share my screen, we'll go to the next one.
Let's do it.
All right. This is the story of James Drain. This particular miracle is very recent, and this is going to sound weird to say, but for some reason, this one has really captivated me and even my wife. When we learned about it, we were both bawling, essentially. So James was in Mensa before graduating high school. He became a chemist. And he was exposed to methanol as a chemist, and he even admitted that he was not as careful as he should have been. He woke up one morning with no feeling in his legs from the knees down, and he started developing visual issues. Well, he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at age 25.
After many
He
other
lost vision
diagnoses that they disregarded.
Right. Inquisitive Infidel says, Will, thank you so much. Will likes to claim it's like denying TFE, but here he has claims of sky and people in a windowless room, no sign of even an outside of the room. Oh, yeah. And wait, I don't think this is the one that it's the next one. It's
completely in his left eye. He had very little vision in his right eye. He lost his driver's license, obviously, due to his vision issues. He struggled walking and started using a cane. He would often collapse while walking. And his condition worsened, and he eventually had to start using a wheelchair. He became depressed and suicidal. He turned to drugs and alcohol. He ended up divorced. And he couldn't even work one regular shift at work. And by the way, he had 210 employees under him.
Mm-hmm.
A friend said, I'm not asking, I'm telling you that you're coming to church with me. And he gave his life to God, and he turned his life around. Now, he decided to get baptized as he had rededicated his life to Jesus. And he got baptized at Grace Apostolic Church in Clawson, Michigan on August 14th, 2023. So less than 3 years ago. And the church did not film their baptisms, but a church member named Carissa Saber felt moved to film it with her cell phone. She literally just walked up and started filming it, the baptism, with her cell phone. You have to see with your own eyes what happened next.
So she didn't feel moved. She I saw the interview with her because I watched this episode, and she didn't feel moved. She literally said, "Oh, I've been seeing a lot of people filming baptisms on like TikTok and online on YouTube, and so I decided, yeah, let me film this as well." Because it's just been a thing that she's seen. It's a trend. She literally called it a trend online, and then she just decided to film it. That's what she said in the show.
Not copyrighted or anything. You're not going to get any strikes for that. I want everybody to watch it first without any commentary from me, and then we'll watch it again, and I'll explain to you not only what's happening, but what he said. And I think it'll be pretty obvious what's happening.
Right. I'll just put it on full screen.
Drive the demons from this creature, dear Jesus. Splash! Big old demons! Splash! And just keep fucking dunking him. I tell you what, the Baptists, man. I don't know if this is a Baptist church or not, but I will say the Baptists are they're fucking wild, man. They be out they out here wilding. I tell you.
Oh yeah. Now he'll play it again, and he will give us the play-by-play narration.
You can read lips if you'd like.
In the meantime, says for $5, thank you so much. It is ruled out that Duffy is funded by Peter Thiel or related tech bros to propagandize to Globers via flat Earth rejection. I have no idea how I from here would be able to rule that out. I have no clue. Yeah. I don't know, but Basil, you also asked me if I was an agent sent to destabilize the US. So I mean, I have no fucking idea.
I wish I was one.
I mean, I would take the money in a heartbeat. You know, that would change my life like that.
Oh, you're paying me for something I would like to do? Great.
Awesome. Yes. Now, answering the question, honestly, I have no clue how I would even go about investigating that thought. So, yeah, no, I can't tell you much about that. I'm sorry.
Okay. I think you can obviously see what happened, but now I want to explain what's going on. So he was baptized. She's filming. And he all of a sudden started noticing that he could see. And
Well, how
he
do we
was in
know that from
shock, and
watching
he
the
didn't know
video?
what to make
Yeah.
of it. So he turns to the pastor right now and he says, "Don't say anything yet. I think I might be imagining things." And he told the pastor, "I don't know what's going on, but I can see." And you can read his lips here. He says it twice.
I can't read lips. Sorry.
Here comes the first one. "I can see." He's like freaking out. He's like, "What is going on?" And then he says it again. "I can see." He's like, "Yeah, I can definitely see." Right here, he points to flags in the back of the sanctuary. He's never seen the sanctuary.
No, I
or
love how
anything.
people
And he
see
has-
stuff like this and are like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it!" And I just respond with like, "Yeah, Tom Hanks' role in that movie Captain Phillips was phenomenal too."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Basil says, "True. It's more important to record than make fun of Mikey's streams." I mean, you know that I do this for fun, right? That is my biggest thing. The moment that I don't have fun anymore, I won't do it. But that's what I do. If you're looking for, like, I don't know, maybe bring that up to CoffeeZilla, see if he can make an investigation into Will Duffy to see if he's funded by Peter Thiel. That is way
Why would he
outside
be?
of my skill set.
perfect
Is
vision
Will
at this
Duffy
point.
even that like popular?
So James went.
Yeah,
I don't
no.
think so.
No, he jumped into a little bit of popularity with TFE, but other than that, his church is small. He's kind of inconsequential, pretty much.
Into the water blind and with multiple sclerosis. And he came out of the water with his vision restored and completely cured of MS. Anybody that
This
knows
is
anything
not
about
true.
MS, you never get.
Yeah,
Watching
no,
Kat's
the-
face as Will
Yeah.
explains this, it's just
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't see any signs of multiple sclerosis. It's not like they would be very noticeable in that kind of video either. So it's just like, okay, where are the records though?
Right. Do you know about this particular case? Because I know about the next one.
No, I don't.
Chris, I'm sorry, I was Chris.
Oh yeah,
sorry.
this is the episode of that. This he speaks about the episode on the show Angel or whatever. This is the one I watched. Yeah, but I mean, it's what you would expect. So Will said he found this to be extremely. Him and his wife found this they exceptionally interesting, and they got real emotional over it. Yeah, the show, man. The first 10 minutes of the show was painting him as this having this horrible early childhood, where his wife, his mother was a stripper, and he didn't meet a nice person until the first time he went to church. Like it's a show, right? It's not a documentary. It's a TV show.
Propaganda. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just propaganda. It is religious propaganda. It's a good way to describe it.
Coco says, "Oh, there's people who support him hard. I have stories. Do you have evidence, though?" That's kind of my biggest problem. If you have evidence, I'm willing to take a look at it. But yeah,
Cured of MS. He now drives the church van and drives seniors from the local senior facility to church on Sunday. And in a beautiful turn of events, he helps the seniors who struggle to walk get from the facility to the vehicle so that they can attend church. You have to see his account, the full story, including the interviews with him, the pastor who baptized him, Carissa, who filmed it on her cell phone, his friends, everything. You got to see it. There's a documentary about it called Miracle
It's not
on
a
Angel
documentary.
Studios. It's episode.
It's not.
right. A completely unbiased investigation from Angel.com. Okay. Wait. Given that we paused here, Chris, you say you have to get going. Final thoughts before you go.
Yeah, I still am just fascinated how otherwise intelligent people can believe by the millions. What would be considered insane to believe. He would never believe. I pointed this out to him when we spoke about his belief in the resurrection and things like that, or the virgin birth. And I asked him if he had one of his congregation members come to him, a good friend, say that his wife was pregnant or his fiance was pregnant, even though they never had sex before. Would he believe it's God, or would he say, "Hey, buddy, you should see who she might be fooling around with"? And yeah. And he wouldn't even believe someone in his congregation, and he would suspect foul play. But for someone who lived 2,000 years ago, she was certainly a virgin. I don't know. Again, last thing is just that the acceptance for religious claims without evidence or poor evidence it's totally different from his standard of evidence for everything else that he hears throughout life. It still boggles me how that's possible, but I think that is how the belief occurs or why it occurs.
Definitely. Yep.
All
well,
right. Thanks
Chris,
for having me, Max.
It's awesome to see you again. Hope to have you back on soon. We took a while to get you back on here, but I always have fun with you. Thank you so much. Let people know where they can find you.
Sure. YouAreMopped on YouTube. Yeah, I'm back. I had to take a few months off. As Max knows, my wife is pregnant with our
Let's
first
freaking
child.
go.
So
Congratulations.
that's why I got to run. I got to take her to the pharmacy to get some things. But I will be back. I've been asked by one of our colleagues to potentially host some debates for him. And so that's so check out my channel, or I'm sure you'll hear about it when it finally happens, if it happens. So
all right. Thanks for dropping by. It's awesome to see you. Congratulations on that baby. We have a new potential mate lover in the future.
yeah.
All right.
For sure,
Thank you so much, Chris. Take care. Have a great night.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Could someone please drop Chris's link in the chat for those of you who might not know him? And let me reorganize Leo to here. Perfecto. All right, let's continue.
Code 2. So, Al, this is powerful. This is a miracle that was caught on film.
Hey, listen, like with the first one, if he's had some kind of instantaneous structural change to his body that has fixed a problem, then obviously that's very, very difficult to explain away. All I can say is similar to the last one. It's the first I've heard of it. I'm obviously initially skeptical.
Well, I was selectively inviting people, but we can open it up. Boom, 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 boom. Let me pin it, and we'll be off to the races.
This is a topic that triggers a lot of people.
Oh my. Aldebaran says that was acting. Yeah, that was like honestly unbelievable. Like to me, that seemed like a hoax. The guy look at him. If this was someone who had MS since he was 25, he looks absolutely normal. I don't know. I do know about the next one coming right up. So
blind. I mean, I think he was like 98% blind. He both I've of you and think you guess.
I didn't know blindness was measured in percentage, but what the fuck do I know? I'm not a what do they call it? Like an oculologist or whatever the fuck it is.
Optometrist.
I don't know if percentage.
Eye guy.
Optometrist.
I don't know if percentage, but I do think it's measured in like degrees or something like that. Like it's not their not necessarily fully blind in the sense that you don't see anything, but you can see shadows or see just a little bit, things like that. But I think it is measured in some kind of gradient or degree.
Welcome, the one, the only, the Drug Debug Show. Mike, how you doing, friend?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm sorry, I just missed Chris.
Yes, he told me. He told me, "Oh, you're coming on. I'm leaving." Bikini a troll. Give me 1 second, because this is a really funny comment. As a Nigerian, that was amateur church healing. Let's fucking go.
So So I've been watching, and there's a burning question that I have.
Yes.
It's kind of like you know how flat earthers will use like the world record distance photographs and be like, oh, we can see 700 kilometers or whatever.
Yeah.
But that only happens once in a while, right?
Yes.
Why,
Yeah.
if it was flat, it would always happen. That kind of logic applies to this. Why just this one guy? Right? Like why is this a special case? Shouldn't it be happening all the time when people get baptized? Like I don't understand.
Brenda also says, I knew Mike was coming. That's why I left.
How come when I got baptized, my dick didn't grow 3 inches? Like, what the fuck's up with that?
Yeah, my dick got smaller actually because I was circumcised.
Like, I mean, Will's answer to this was about God's will and so on and so on. But then, like, that gets us into the problem of like evil and all of these logical entailments of the position that God would rather save this alcoholic motherfucker than a child with leukemia. So, I mean, that makes no fucking sense to me.
Right.
God is either incompetent or just a raging asshole.
You know, I'm gonna imprint a picture of my liking on this guy's toast. But that
Right?
kid with a brain eating amoeba, yeah, fuck them kids, bro.
Yes. I mean, those starving kids all over the world, yeah, fuck them too. I could make it rain food, but nah, I can't be bothered. Basil, Drunk Debunk for $5. Drunk Debunk is one of the biggest Duffy apologists.
I mean, I not really. I just appreciate what he did with TFE. That's it.
Yeah.
But listening to him like in this video is like, oh man, like come on, Duffy, I really liked you.
Yeah, it's like a bucket of cold water.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's good in a way that you get to see, like, when he accused me of being a flirf while like flirting it up with the kind of arguments he's been making, that was just like, no. Oh, seriously? All right, I need toilet again. I'll be right back.
All right.
So I don't know about being publicly accessible. What I'm going to show next is miracles that are in the peer-reviewed literature. And so I'm guessing that those will have them. But yes, here's the deal, guys. I think if you truly want to know if God exists, this is a very small hurdle to go through, which is to verify these miracles. And there's plenty to choose from. I'm using the ones that have had the most impact on me. I'm using the ones that were either, documented at the Mayo Clinic or caught on film. And I'm going to be showing the ones that are in the literature. The more we talk, you guys, you're going to start to hear from the doctors themselves. It's all there for you. So definitely. All right. If you want to share my screen, I'm going to give you guys 3 miracles that are documented in the peer-reviewed literature. This one is an amazing story. It says case report of instantaneous resolution of juvenile macular degeneration, blindness after proximal intercessory prayer. This story I just love. I just forgot her name, which is terrible. But she was blind. She was blind starting at the age of 18. She got married and she had a daughter, never saw what her husband looked like, never saw what her daughter looked like. And she was completely blind for 12 years. One night, her husband was praying for her and prayed for God to return her sight. And when she opened her eyes from that prayer, she had full vision. She saw her husband for the first time. She saw her daughter for the first time.
She wasn't disappointed.
This one is an incredible story. You can start here in this journal.
Could you imagine?
If you'd like, there's
looks up at him. Oh God!
Videos online.
What's that growing off your face?
Her being interviewed, her husband being interviewed, etc.
I hear stories like this, and the first thing that pops into my head is, "Wow, it's the land of make believe."
Oh, man.
No, this is still not the one that I know about. Shit, it's the one about that guy that they were trying to resuscitate him for like 45 minutes, and then they finally succeeded. And they're like, you see, it's a miracle. It's like, no.
Well, it would be a miracle if he wasn't fucking brain dead and a vegetable after 45 minutes
Brother,
dead.
It would be a miracle if nobody was trying to resuscitate him and he resuscitated.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Next,
Jack Fetter for 4.99 says completely incompetent or raging asshole is totally unfair and ridiculous. A true god could totally be both.
Is omnipotent or omnipatient and all powerful. So yeah.
is this one
Like, I gotta
case
be
report
honest,
of
a
gastro?
story about a guy praying to God for his wife to get her eyesight and not praying for like her tits to get bigger is just really hard to believe. I'm sorry. Like, guys,
Lost
fellas,
opportunity.
fellas,
Lost opportunity.
let's be honest here. Like, which one? Come on. If she's not already, well endowed up there, what do we? Come on.
Sumi, you and Sumi are on the same page. Now give her bigger tits, God.
Oh my God.
A paresis healing, 16 years of a chronic syndrome resolved after proximal intercessory prayer. This one is unbelievable. Okay. This one is about a boy who was born with a paralyzed stomach. This is an incredibly rare condition. He can't even take water in because of his stomach. So as a baby, they had to insert a tube into his intestines for everything, including water. So he never had anything go in his mouth. He never knew what food tasted like. All food had to go.
Wait, is this like that one episode of South Park?
Yes.
I don't know which one you're talking of.
The one where, funnily enough, it's an episode where they make fun of the atheists as being a bunch of pretentious douchebags, but because at that time a lot of them were. Where they stopped eating out their mouths and started eating up their asses.
Oh, right, and then just pooping out of their mouths.
Yes.
Intestines through
the part
tube in his.
where Martha Stewart's cooking and she cooks the whole turkey and she's like, "All right," and we're just gonna squeeze it right on up there.
Stomach. And he lived on formula even into high school. He played on the basketball team, and at timeouts, he would have to inject water into the tube into his stomach. He never could put anything in his mouth. A man.
Why does God make such horrible diseases? Why is there a fucking parasite that literally swims up your pee hole?
It's like,
Right?
it makes me think of like, well, God if God gave him this order, right?
Yeah.
It was just a bug in the system. So all he did was just went back in the code and just fixed his issue and fixed his error, and then gave him his stomach back.
Right, but if I start punching you in the face, am I good? Like, I start punching you over and over and over and over. Now, if I stop punching you in the face, am I good because I stopped punching you in the face? No. Am I?
Yeah, no.
I love that. What a great analogy.
Basil says, I'm sorry a parasite swam up your pee hole. No, it didn't happen to me, but it exists. And the one that is most scary of all, I would say, is the other parasite that literally drinks the humor vitreous, the clear liquid inside of your eye, and makes you blind, and it specifically attacks children.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, that is just that is scary, like actually scary. Like, what kind of a sick bastard would make both urethral parasites and parasites that drink the liquid of your eye? That makes no sense.
man who also experienced a miracle, which is a story for another time, decided to pray for him and said, I want to pray for your healing, and put his hand on his shoulder and prayed for God to heal him. And he felt an electrical shock go through his body. His mom, who was there for this prayer, noticed the tube on his stomach start to vibrate. After the prayer,
Come on.
Jesus Christ. I love that it's even cinematographic, like in Jurassic Park when you see the water shaking because of the T-Rex logging. God even makes it like so that the Netflix special is a good one.
This,
he said,
there-
Mom,
he felt the electricity to his body and his tube started shaking. This is worse than fucking Capturing Christianity's fucking whole. There was a magic flash that imprinted Jesus' face on the shroud of
Yes.
It's like, I'm sorry. How the fuck does somebody take this?
I have no clue.
Oh, God.
Wait, Ashton yells, read that one out. Which one? Hold on. Going back. What? Oh, this one? Anytime I smell a fart, I ask God to make it go away within 5 or 6 minutes. Okay.
healed. And she's like, I believe you. They called the doctor because they didn't know what to do. And the doctor said, we can't see you for a few days to get you in. So they booked an appointment and they went out to dinner. And he tasted food for the first time in his life as a teenager and had no issues whatsoever. They went in, they told the doctor what happened. The doctor obviously probably thought they were crazy and said, this doesn't happen. People can't heal. You have like one of the most rare conditions in the world.
A true miracle. Okay. Welcome back, Brenda. We missed.
I couldn't help myself. It was starting to get good.
That happens.
Right. So, does that mean if I got a really good ghost story, ghosts are real?
Yes.
Right.
I bet
If
Mike
you-
has. Mike, you've come across some really whoppers. I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely. I even had when I first started my show, I had the owner of the Ouija board museum at Salem, Massachusetts on my show. He had some doozies. Yeah, I've heard some good ghost stories, and they all sound like this garbage.
Right? I mean, the story of the weeping lady, the Chorona, is all across America, and it's always the same. This woman that has her children drown in like a little lake of a park, and now she haunts the park, right?
Mhm.
But that one guy that was shaking made me think of that guy on the table in Alien before the chest burster comes out.
Oh yeah.
That's,
Bikini Troll says, if praying worked, Basil wouldn't be in the chat. Well, no, I'm praying for my gold inlay marble countertop, so it is working. All praise Jesus. Basil, I accept all your apologies for critiquing Duffy from early on. You're welcome. Okay.
Can you sleep now, Max?
Yeah, I will sleep like a baby tonight.
And then he said, I've been eating every day waiting for this appointment. So they checked him out and they said, I guess we'll remove it. So they removed his tube and he's had no issues.
Wait, he was eating with the tube?
Yeah.
yeah, if it's really bad, they just put this liquid puree stuff through the tube directly into your stomach.
Yeah, I know, but like, how do you eat with the tube in your mouth? That makes no freaking sense.
No, the tube's in his intestine.
It's in his intestines?
Yeah, it goes right into the tube that he has installed is right into his intestines. It completely bypasses the stomach.
Yeah, his stomach is
Whoa.
paralyzed, which is the
Yeah.
thing I didn't know could happen.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's
'Cause
very rare.
usually-
Leo.
Okay, because usually, when they intubate somebody, they go down the nose into the stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes down the nose. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, and it's wonderful when they
Yeah.
take it out.
'Cause
Yeah,
I
the
was
nurses.
thinking- yeah.
I worked in a hospital, in a clinic, in a paramedical facility, and they give it a good yank. That's what they do when they pull it out. It's all at once. You gotta pull the Band-Aid. You gotta pull the Band-Aid.
God damn.
No.
Jack Fetter for $9.99 says, "Penis parasite, yes, terrible. But if you think of it, from the parasite's view, you are a parasite. You get to live free of a hose, i.e., with it. Only catch is I have to go through the dick."
Yeah, but just think of this, Max. If you got a brain parasite, you could be head of the CDC.
Yes, I mean, hallelujah, praise be Jesus. Plastic Citizen for $2. Duffy reading fan fiction is awesome. It is. and thinking it's like this irrefutable evidence for the existence of God is just peak flurfism.
Ever since. This last one here is case report of 11 years of severe malabsorption, muscular atrophy, seizures, and immunodeficiency resolved after proximal intercessory prayer. Again, I'm trying to appeal to those of you that are scientifically minded. I'm trying to give you an abundance of evidence so that you can be satisfied.
Bill, you're failing.
So there's
These are
plenty
just
for you here to
stories.
read.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is like showing that he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't understand science, but it's like the science minded is not like you're gonna convince them even if one or two studies show something in your favor. Like you need to, like Leo said, you need to show consensus. Like
This is like if somebody wrote a paper that said something like effects on the human body after being subjected to the Cruciatus curse or something. Like, I don't give a fuck if there's a scientific paper that says that. Like, you can wave as many wooden sticks in the air as you want. There will never be colors of lights coming out of. That's just not how the world works. Sorry.
I do want to mention something which is very significant, which is some people will try to say that all of these miracles are coincidence, which is not valid. And the reason it's
That's
not
actually
valid,
a terrible
there's
objection, and I don't think that's the objection most people would give either.
Yeah, no.
The objection is they're just unsubstantiated rumors and narratives. They're just so stories that have no actual backing. In fact, we need the facts behind them, not a fucking story on angels.com.
Yes.
and theme here, which is these miracles happen at the moment of something like prayer or a baptism or someone laying hands on you and praying for your healing.
God damn, that thunder sounded sweet.
Yeah, that was cool.
Somebody's gonna sleep like a baby tonight, huh?
Yeah, I had to mute myself for a bit because it was a very long thunder.
I'm sorry, don't. If it's thunder, can I be honest? Don't mute yourself.
No, it's
okay.
Everybody likes the sound of thunder unless you're like 7 years old.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, don't worry about your computer. You can, it'll get fried, but you can get a new one.
Yeah, okay, right.
No, I have a no break, so I'm safe.
Inquisitive Infidel for $2. Thank you so much. Proximal intercessory prayer can't be blinded, right? So you can't even make a study on that.
This is also like another thing that Will ignores, because in my conversation with him, he also brought up these cases. But then the thing is that there are a lot more studies, than, like I said, more rigorous, that show contrary results or no results at all from all of this intercessory prayer thing. They're much more extensive and more numerous, and they don't show any correlation whatsoever.
Max, I just put something in private chat and in the regular chat. It's quite interesting of a read. It's from the same website that he's on right now with these stories.
This one, tell us about it.
So it's the study of the therapeutic events of intercessory prayer, or STEP, in cardiac bypass patients. So as a background, is basically like a trial of if intercessory prayer actually fucking works. And the results are, let's see. In the two groups uncertain about receiving intercessory prayer, complications occurred in 52% of patients who received intercessory prayer versus 51% of those who did not. Complications occurred in 59% of patients certain of receiving intercessory prayer, compared with the 52% of those uncertain of receiving intercessory prayer. So basically, it's almost like a placebo,
right? Yeah, it's like 50-50. You could
Yeah.
pray to Alf and it will have the same result, 50-50.
Right. Yeah, it's basically a null result. Like it doesn't matter if you're being prayed for or not.
Correlation cannot be ignored, and I just want to throw that out there before anybody is tempted to say, "Hey, this is just a coincidence." So
I wouldn't say coincidence. My objections are others. Like, okay, how do you know? And that's the biggest one that I have. How do you know that it's your God that that did this? How do you know that it's not some other God? And that's the biggest one, and you can't know.
you can go back to us, Al, and I just want to get your final thoughts on this before we move on to the next one.
Hang on.
And I can't see us, by the way, because I think we were switched full screen.
Yeah, neither can I. I don't know what I've done there. I think I've got to do that. Yeah, sorry. My tech skills aren't up.
Oh, Lord, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go.
This is going to be great.
Wait, hold on.
Bum, 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 bum.
Where did I put my here?
It's vice versa.
It's vice versa. Yes, of course. Thank you, Vika.
Okay. First of all,
Look, Basil says, Mike, that's a good reference. Oh, thank you, Basil.
Wow, is that a compliment from Basil?
You got a compliment from Basil?
Holy shit!
What's the matter with you? I don't know.
Dude, how big of a
I'm doing something wrong
you have right now. Hello,
What's
how
up,
you
Pope?
doing? Bruce makes a great point. It was Asclepius, the god of medicine. Yep, the Greek god of medicine. He used to spit on people's eyes and return them from being blind. Hell yeah.
Wow.
we had both Brenda and 99 Super Series have just dropped a couple of super chats with some points and questions in. That
Well,
I want to thank
drop.
you both for doing that. I do want to thank you both for doing that, but I'm going to present those to Will in like the question.
Wait, I don't know when he speaks about it, but let me just comment on it before I forget. Will at some point brings up this dude that he wasn't dead. He went into BFib, which is basically when you're coding, when your heart stops, but you're not dead because it just stopped. And they kept doing resuscitation maneuvers for 45 minutes because he wasn't dead yet. And then they finally succeeded and brought him back.
That's
Did you say-
a long time? That's a hell of a
Did you
long
say
time.
BFib or V?
Yes.
Like V as in vendetta?
V
VFib?
as in ventricular
okay.
fibrillation.
Oh, I thought you said B as a boy.
No, V as in ventricular.
Well,
Oh,
speak
you don't like it when your
proper
heart
English.
fibrillates?
Speak proper English, you Uruguayan goof.
In an answer bit that will be coming up soon. So I won't put them on screen now, but they will be the first ones to come up. Investigative.
Cumulative case here. We looked at the, just the testimony of how many people who claim they've had these experiences with God around the world, how there is no explanation for the origin of life currently, how there's
And you showed to me that even if we gave you the explanation for the origin of life, you would still say God did it. So we can discard that one.
no explanation for consciousness, how that arose. We just looked at miracles, which I believe are
Well, that's not
absolutely confirmed.
Yeah.
But his
Okay.
first two examples are just like, well, we don't have an explanation for this. Right, sure. Let's just grant that. To then argue that therefore this explanation must be the one is just textbook argument from ignorance.
Like,
Yeah.
if we don't have an explanation, then they don't either, because, okay, we have an hypothesis. If you don't want to count that as an explanation, then God is not an explanation either.
But the worst part is that I emailed Will just that, and he told me that even if we did that, then that would prove that creating life requires intelligence. So it's an unfalsifiable position. He's right because we haven't done it yet, and even if we do it, he's
Moving
still
the goalposts.
right. That is 100%.
I'm not sure we haven't. I'm not sure we haven't. I've heard about some remarkable things they've done. I'm not sure that they haven't.
In Origin of Life?
Yeah. They've constructed simple cellular forms, haven't they?
I think I heard something, but
Calder says, should I go visit Duffy tomorrow and ask him to make me a miracle? Ask him to intercessory pray and give you like a massive dong. Right?
Or just a regular hot dog will be good.
I will convert instantly if that happens.
And Brenda, I think you're definitely right. Because with Dave, Professor Dave and Tor's debate, Professor Dave gave examples of us creating life out of nothing.
What do you think about out-of-body experiences?
Okay, so I'm going to clarify because you're using wizardry.
That's what I thought. We agree with it. I love that we're on the same page. Thank you.
Wizardry.
Yeah.
And now we're going to look at out-of-body experiences. So this will touch a little bit into your question about the soul and kind of where is it and what happens. Out-of-body.
There is a test that we could do for out-of-body experiences. Put someone in a room and write something on a paper and put it on the next room and have them astral project out-of-body experience, whatever.
They have that. They have that. They have that. There's people that they put a message and it's on a shelf that is like a foot away from the ceiling of the operating room, so that nobody can see it, and it's way up at the top of the ceiling, facing up on a shelf, very close to the ceiling, and nobody has ever told them what that message is.
Inquisitive Infidel for $5 says, a stopped heart will not start with a shock, just cooked. They've tested out of body with numbers on the top of cabinets. None guessed the numbers. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Also, this is quite a claim that's written on the screen here. I don't think I grant that.
Yeah, no, me neither.
And then, I mean, of course, hallucinations are a thing. I've done shitloads of drugs and I never had an out-of-body experience. Ever.
I want to have one, but yeah, me neither.
Yeah, but I mean, I did 10 drops of LSD and I didn't have one. More than that, it's just like downright dangerous.
Well, you needed to talk to the machine elves and arrange something with them.
Coco says the soul is in the balls, right? I guess.
Well, it's between that and the small of your back, towards your back, right? Isn't that it? Is that where they say it is? Something like that.
Yeah.
And embryos are blood clots. Yeah.
Yes.
It's in your tailbone.
That is true. Between the tailbone and the ribs.
In my opinion, out-of-body experiences are impossible if naturalism.
That you're borderline on the heresy of wizardry and magic and that kind of stuff. I mean, just FYI. I mean, I don't care, but you might want to be careful with that.
Materialism, physicalism is true. And an out-of-body experience is where someone's soul is separated from their body. And this includes a continuity of consciousness while the soul is separated from the body.
Nope.
Just like miracles, Al, it's crucial that I know what you would accept as convincing evidence that an out-of-body experience occurred. It's far too common for people to either reject and refuse any evidence that contradicts their beliefs, or to say that specific evidence would convince them they are wrong, only for them to move the goalposts once presented with the exact type of evidence they said would convince them. So
What a Glover fucking tactic.
Right?
He's just begging it's when the soul you have to prove that the soul separated from the body, and they just didn't have a hallucinatory experience. Just because they had this experience doesn't, one, mean there's a soul, and two, mean that it's separated from the body. How does a soul, what is the connection between a material body and an immaterial soul even happen? How can there be causal connection between something that has no cause and something that is cause, like your material? And he begs the question. He assumes that reports of out of the body experiences are actually out of the body experience.
Right. And not
The
just
other
run of the mill hallucination.
The thing that irritates me about these questions, what would you accept as evidence that your position is false or that mine is true? Well, I would accept evidence for it. What specifically that evidence is, I don't know, because if I did and it was truly convincing, then guess what? I'd be convinced of your position. I'm not, so I haven't been met with that evidence. It's not my job to find the evidence that proves me wrong. It's your job to show me that evidence. All I need to do is outline what my standard of evidence is, and then it's on you to meet that standard.
And in any case, God should know, right?
Well, Leo, these
You'd hope
people
so.
said it. These people said a thing. That's the evidence. They said a thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's something that they had.
Bikini Troll says, I've had out-of-body experiences. Psychoactive substances were involved. Sumi says, I've also had an out-of-body experience. Ayahuasca is a strong hallucinogen. Oh, no.
The only out-of-body experience I have had is a dream.
I've never done any of these things.
I have a DJ friend. He doesn't do drugs at all. And he's told me he's had out-of-body experiences by listening to music. And I'm like, no, you didn't.
I've done the marijuana. I did the marijuana thing once.
The devil's lettuce.
The devil's gum.
Actually,
I mean, I've done a bunch of drugs, and I avoided a bunch of other drugs. But whenever I get to be a senior citizen, oh boy!
When my dad told me when he retires, he's going to smoke a joint with me. He retired 2 years ago, and he lied to me.
I smoked a joint with my mom, and it was something interesting.
How many of you guys are familiar with the whitest kids you know?
The what?
The whitest?
The whitest kids you know.
Is that a band?
No, it's not a band. It sounds like a band, but it's not. It was a show that was put together by Trevor Moore, who is unfortunately no longer with us, and a few others. It was like a skit-based comedy show that they did as a group, and there's one called The Old Folks Home. And it's a song that they sing, and part of the chorus is, let's go to the old folks home, we can get doped up and then all get stoned. And that popped into my head when Max was talking about when I'm old, I'm gonna be like fucking just geeked out though, all the fucking time.
Hell yeah. I mean, in the nursing home, woo!
Things to say on that then. I don't tend to be convinced by anecdotes. So because anecdotes are too easy to just to throw into the mix. But if there was a situation where somebody had an out-of-body experience and not that they heard a conversation in the same room, because I think, perhaps if you're unconscious, you can still perceive things and maybe place yourself like mentally, almost like lucidly, dream that you're above your body, but you're still hearing and sensing what's going on in the room. That wouldn't be. But if somebody maybe like had an out-of-body experience and then traveled to somewhere a decent distance away and then came back and could give firm evidence that they'd been there, but it wasn't an anecdote, and I don't know how how we'd prove it wasn't an anecdote, to be honest. But if it wasn't an anecdote, then that would be certainly bordering on proof of a soul or a spirit or something like that for sure.
Okay, cool. I'm not saying you're doing this, but I have had a lot of people try to discount what I'm about to present as anecdotes, and I think that that's just an excuse. The good news is that data, if you look at data, it's actually just a lot of anecdotes. And so the good news is here is there.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Data is not anecdote. Like, holy shit. Because data can be reproduced. Like, if you have a scientific study, then you can repeat the study and you will get the same result. Anecdotes are not that. Like, this is so silly.
Duffy thinks that Insidious was a fucking documentary.
Yeah.
There is plenty of out-of-body experiences that are fully documented. Once again, these are in the literature, and there's a lot of science behind this. So this one's going to be fun. All right.
Before you get into that, I will say, in terms of people,
can I just read some of the science on this really quickly, if I may?
Of course.
This is from. Let me get the link out and give you guys the title of the paper. Yes, verify. I am human. Beep beep boop boop bop. The out of body of the Jesus fuck. Take two with the new lips. The out of body experience, disturbed self-processing at the temporoparietal junction. And in this paper, the authors say the following. Quote, here the authors marshal evidence from neurology, cognitive neuroscience, and neuroimaging that suggests that OBEs, out-of-body experiences, are related to a failure to integrate multisensory information from one's own body at the temporoparietal junction. It is argued that this multisensory disintegration at the temporoparietal junction leads to the disruption of several phenomenological and cognitive aspects of self-processing, causing illusory reduplication, illusory self-location, illusory perspective, and illusory agency that are experienced as an out-of-body experience. So you perceive yourself as outside of your body because your brain is failing to properly incorporate all of the information that is going around you, which can extend into memories. So like if you fell unconscious in a hospital room and then you felt yourself floating above your body, the memories of the layout of the hospital room, your brain is failing to integrate all of this information into a coherent picture of the world. And you would interpret that as being someplace that's not where your body is. But it's not like there's something out there that's moved to that place. It's just your brain not piecing together things properly. That's what out-of-body experiences are. We've also recreated out-of-body experiences with drugs, and there's research on that as well.
Nice.
Oh, where do we get those? I mean,
how do we know where to inject ourselves?
Basil, for $5. Thank you so much, Basil. For you Bayesians building your priors, Basil was right about Duffy. Adjust accordingly. You're rejoicing on this, aren't you?
I would say, like, I never said you were in.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Yes.
I would say I never said you weren't right. I just didn't agree with criticizing him at the moments that you said. But okay.
Yeah, no, but I mean, this is bad. I mean, this is baby Christian stuff. Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says the plural of anecdote isn't data. Oh yeah.
Experiencing out-of-body experiences, I do believe that people can have that experience. Just that the cause for it isn't supernatural. It's more, you know, kind of like perhaps similar to a lucid dreaming state. Maybe I'm not a psychologist or whatever. Topped up with.
I've had that. I've had lucid dreams.
Oh yeah, they're the best.
Yes, I had all the powers.
Yes.
I had a very lucid dream the other night.
I don't regularly dream because I think I broke my dream center from smoking weed all like for 20 years. But whenever I dream, I can sometimes control it. I realize it's a very fine line to walk because you need to realize that you're dreaming and that you have like inception kind of control levels over what's happening.
Yeah.
But you can't force, like, you can't do that too much so that you wake up. It's a weird thing. But I mean, dreams are interesting, but I don't think there's anything really there.
Perceiving things, you know, that you can hear and smell in the same room.
Yes, but there would be something that would be impossible to happen, right?
Oh, there would absolutely be things that are impossible to
Okay.
happen. You know, if somebody had an out of body experience, and phoned me up and said they can see, that I've got clown shoes on under this desk and I've got clown shoes, that kind of thing. I'd be like, okay, that's impressive.
Now we do have to be careful, right? And I'm not saying you're doing this, but we can't say that something very specific has to happen for us to accept it.
Right.
Like,
No,
why not?
That's gonna be weird.
we can't establish a specific criteria. It has to be nebulous. Am I right?
Like, why can I not say? Yeah, like why can I not say that okay, for me to be completely convinced, we would have to like replicate an experiment online, and I would have to bring like my own card with the star or something, and they would have to tell me what is in my card. Like, why? What? That would be the best proof that it is actually happening and not something else.
There's a YouTuber named Doug at Pine Creek who has a test that he gives, and he says he'll take a piece of tissue paper or a napkin and soak it in water, and he'll put it right in front of him on camera and ask them, now call on God to come and light this on fire. He's quoting from the Bible. There's a test in the Bible where they have wood soaked in water that God then, I don't know, does a directed energy beam, I guess, or something. Yeah. So that would be a perfectly good test. It's biblical. They'll usually just say, "Oh, you can't test God. You can't test him."
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Bible says test all things too, but that's just that's one of the other things that extremely triggered me when Will was saying that even debunking the Bible doesn't refute God. And I mean, at the very least, it refutes your God, and I'm very happy with just doing that. And that's why, Will, you're running away from defending Christianity. You're doing all these bullshit arguments for a generic God. And
By the way,
that is just what Whitsitt is doing. So yeah, you're a flurf.
I
Sorry.
completely fucking forgot Pine Creek existed till Brenda said something. Is that guy still doing stuff? Pine Creek?
When he went anti-trans, I stopped watching him. So
yeah, he went down the whole MAGA.
Yeah.
I don't even fucking know.
He went to a dark place, and I stopped watching him.
Inquisitive Infidel for $2. Memory fragments will confabulate on recall. Yes. And Basil, are you aware MC Toon has called Duffy a great guy? Does that make you question his judgment? Not necessarily, because someone can be a decent person to interact to. But
he seems like a personal beliefs. Yeah, he seems like a personal guy. He would probably be just fine to sit, socialize, have a dinner with. I can't think of one right now, but there must be some flat earther that would be a decent person to hang out with.
Josh,
can we think of one? I'm not sure.
Josh Monday.
Oh, Josh Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, he seems like a genuinely nice guy.
I'm not sure I'd want to hang with like Mikey.
No, Mikey, no.
I'm not sure I would.
Arnold said, holy crap, this is still going. I wandered the streets of New York City and had dinner. Well,
yeah, this has been a long one.
Yeah. And Inquisitive Infidel for $2. Some chemicals will ignite from drying out. Yes. And for example, sodium metal ignites with just like the ambient humidity in the air. So, but Basil, going back to what you said, like, yeah, some people, let's say there is a psychopath that murders people. And he keeps that absolutely hidden, never being caught. But part of him is just being good to his neighbors, and they go to each other's houses, they make dinner for each other. It's not out of the realm of possibility that someone can be wacky
Yeah.
in one sense and be a perfectly normal person in another sense, right?
You could make a whole show about it, for instance, and call it Dexter.
Right. Like, what's a good example? Like for example, a flat earther can't say, unless someone on the ISS takes this camera and spins it 360, I won't believe it. You can't be that specific. So I think.
Well,
Why not though?
why not though?
Why?
Yeah, I mean,
The reason that specific request is unreasonable is because very technically difficult. It's not because it's specific, it's because it's technically difficult. In this case of the out of body experience, I don't see what the difficult experiment would be, the equivalent of it.
One of the problems, I don't know if maybe problem's not the right word to use there, but the thing with like when models make predictions, the more specific the prediction is, at least generally speaking, the more the model, in the words that you'll see frequently in the philosophy of science literature, the more the model sort of sticks its neck out, the bigger the risk it ends up taking, which means that if that prediction is in fact verified, that's greater confirmation for the model than would otherwise be if it was if it wasn't as big of a risk by making as specified of a prediction as it did. So the thing here that Will is missing is that if we were able to verify an extraordinarily precise instance, that would serve as significantly stronger evidence for miracles or whatever it is that he wants to argue for here, the existence of God, what have you, than if the prediction wasn't as specified. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I want to know what specifically delimits predictions such that they can only have a certain amount of specification. Like what is placing that limit and where is that limit placed? That's what I want to know.
And in contrast, when we're talking about Will's actual religion, which is Christianity, and the prophecies that are associated with it, they're all written in like nebulous language and this and that. Because
very spurious.
The prophecies that are actually like literally labeled out exactly as they're meant to pass. Like, for example, there is one that is going to come out of Bethlehem that will sit on David's throne. That is way too specific to the point that we know for a fact that Jesus doesn't fulfill that because he was from Bethlehem, but he would never sat at David's throne. So that's the problem. When you actually wager the prediction, then you have a lot of potential to lose. Random says, I will break the facade of trying to be rational for a second and simply state that something about Will's social behavior patterns just weird me out. I mean, that is perfectly valid. Being weirded out is nothing. Like, people weird me out too. Bikini Troll says, Will Duffy comes across as manipulative. He uses stories a lot for emotional persuasion. He also says this is important a lot, but only not here. Yes, that's why I removed the counter, because we were only at 1, and the counter sitting at 1 is not really that interesting. All right, let's keep it going.
I think I'll meet your burden here for sure, and I'll give you resources that if I don't, definitely will. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. I want to start with Dr. Michael Sabom. He says this: I think skepticism is good, true skepticism, but rigidity is not. In other words, if you have an ideological opposition to something and you fight it tooth and nail to support it and refuse to look at the other side, that's not being objective. I think he's right here. And by the way, this guy was a doctor who came into believing that people have out-of-body experiences, kicking and screaming.
Oh, again, after death, Angel Studios. Yeah, because that's an unbiased biased source, right?
This is something flat earthers say to us all the time, though. You're just being stubborn. You're just not accepting it. No, fucker, you're just not getting evidence to us.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not an
Considering-
ideological position. It's an empirical one. I've got evidence, and you can't refute it.
Yep.
Considering, so on the question of the source here, I just Googled Michael Sabum. Here's the Wikipedia page. Michael B. Sabum is an American cardiologist, so he doesn't know anything about the brain, confessing Christian and near-death experience researcher. After finishing his training, Sabum spent a few years as an assistant professor of cardiology at Emory University before moving into private practice. He is known for his work on near-death experiences. He is a founding member of the International Association for Near-Death Studies.
Yeah, so an appeal to authority.
Yeah. And that's all. Like, we saw a physicist, we see this guy, some randos.
He's a competent cardiologist who has a religious belief, right?
Yeah.
And that the two don't really seem to necessarily overlap. I'm sure he's had patients who've died and been resuscitated, and I'm sure he's a competent cardiologist, but then he puts his interpretation on the things that happen.
Mm-hmm. Basil for $5 says Duffy's gut-given streams are an obvious grift. There is no way he's persuadable. She should be criticized for platforming him. How dare you? How dare you criticize my future ex-wife? How dare you? No, I mean, I don't know. I
don't agree.
Wait, now, can we really criticize her for taking an opportunity to make content that she knows will be successful? I don't think so. Would you criticize me for doing this stream? I don't know. Like,
well, she debated Donnie, that creationist, for years.
Yes.
I mean, my understanding is Erica won't talk to him anymore.
No.
But she did talk to him for many years, and he is about as dishonest as they come.
Oh yeah, he's a slime bag. Yes. I need to finish watching. He debated yesterday on MDD, and I watched the beginning, but I didn't watch the conversation. Yeah, Donnie is slippery. When it comes to like debate strategies and tactics, he chants mantras and but I know, like, when I interviewed Dan, who is an evolutionary biologist also, he told me that he has corrected Donnie on so many points.
Donnie
and
who?
Donnie just hand waves it away.
Donnie who?
Donnie from
Donnie Deals? Good old Donnie Deals? Dirty Donnie Deals? Yeah. Yeah, good old dirty Donnie Deals. That's what I call him.
The channel is called Standing for Truth.
Believe me, I know about him. I've known him for 6 years.
I would call that channel, instead of Standing for Truth, I would call it LARPing for Jesus, but that's just me.
I often refer to it as strangling the truth.
That's a good one.
Leo, who is more dishonest, Donnie for Standing for Truth or Capturing Christianity?
Oh, Donnie, 100%. I think Cameron is like slightly dishonest, but I think it's a little bit more subconscious. Whereas I think Donnie's just like outright like saying stuff he knows is not true and using slimy, grifty tactics. So yeah, me personally, I would definitely say Donnie.
Inquisitive Infield counterpoint for $2. Sorry, thank you so much. Counterpoint: Dr. Oz is a cardiologist.
And didn't he also kill a bunch of dogs or something like that?
No, that was RJ. The guy with the brain worms.
RFK Jr.? Wait, I didn't hear. Yeah, I thought Oz was had done some animal testing stuff or something like that. It resulted in the deaths of a bunch of dogs or something like that.
No, RFK cut the head of a whale that he found.
That is that is a horror story. They strapped it to
Yes.
the top of the car, and the blood and stuff was like sloshing around and into the.
Yeah, what the
was-
hell is wrong with those people?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Dr. Oz supervised experiments on canines that resulted in hundreds of dog deaths. Yeah. And then Kirsty Noem wrote a book where she literally said, "Yeah, I shot a dog. I did it. I went out there and shot." Why are all these people like they all like to kill dogs and stuff? What the fuck is wrong?
You're saying
What is
that's
wrong?
a bad thing? That's a bad thing?
Yeah, I think it's very bad.
I mean, it would trigger me way more if they were hurting cats, but yeah, no.
I think I'm equally as triggered by them hurting dogs as I am cats.
Same.
I love cats.
I would be upset if it was squirrels. I'd be upset if it was spiders. Okay. I would not be upset if it was ticks. Fuck those
I
motherfuckers.
kill spiders.
Well,
Spiders I don't
slimy
care
ass.
for.
Basil says Donnie cites a signal paper by quote unquote Dr. Carter, which is
Okay.
a joke.
I gotta ask you guys. Is okay, I don't know if it's Basil or Basil. I'm just
Basil.
gonna say Basil because that's what that
Yes.
looks like. Is it Basil faulty? Anyway, I make myself laugh. I'm sorry, good. Are they a flat earther? Like, what are they?
No.
Who is they? What are they? What do they believe?
Basil is a Glober, and we have a love-hate
Because
relationship.
I've gotten into it with Basil in the comments before on stuff that they were talking about and didn't know anything about. So I didn't, and it seemed kind of like conspiracy-ish. Do you know what I mean?
No,
Kind of mysticky woo, if you know what I mean.
No,
if you know what I'm saying.
Basil is hard to figure out, but he does support the channel like a whole freaking lot. Today,
Yeah.
Basil, an inquisitive infidel. Oh my guys, I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, he
Basil
donates
says-
like multiple $5.
Are we sure that it's he? We're sure.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Basil says,
checking.
I'm more triggered by pee hole parasites. Oh, we better exterminate them fuckers.
The guinea worm is a horror show.
What is that?
Is that what it's called?
The guinea worm, it lives in the veins in your legs,
Oh,
right? And it lives there, and it
Oh.
crawls around in there. And in order to extract it, you have to cut into one of the veins, and then the patient has to have a stick and roll up the worm on the stick, but you can only do a little bit a day. And so they'll have a stick with
my
the
God.
worm wrapped around it, partly inside your body, partly out. And eventually you can pull the whole thing out.
Oh,
It's a fucking,
Lord.
it's a
And
fucking
my legs
nightmare.
feel funny now. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what are the symptoms?
oh boy. How do I know?
When he first heard about it,
Hey.
he said it's hogwash, and then he looked into it some more and was like, "Okay, there's something
Oh,
here."
the gosh.
All right, we're gonna talk about Pam Reynolds.
This is like the
Um,
flat Earth
I'm going.
story.
Alright.
Like, I looked into flat Earth and thinking it was hogwash, but when I looked at it, I was convinced.
Another parallelism between Will Duffy and flat earthers.
Going straight for the strongest out-of-body experience argument that there is. She had a large aneurysm near the brainstem, and so she underwent a standstill operation. Now, I didn't know about these until I was researching out-of-body experiences. And if you don't know what this is, which is probably most of you, it is unbelievable. It's called a deep hypothermic circulatory arrest. And what they do in this surgery is wild. They lower your body temperature, they drain your brain of blood, they stop your heart, and they essentially make you clinically dead so that they can operate on this particular area of the brain. It's only safe to do for less than an hour. And the younger you are, the greater chance you have of surviving this type of a surgery. But it gets crazier. So in a standstill operation, your eyes are taped shut. They drain all the blood out of your brain. There can be zero blood in your brain for them to do this. They put earplugs with speakers in your ears that emit 100 decibel clicks, I think every 1 or 2 seconds. And the purpose of that is to make sure that you have no brain activity whatsoever. So they're monitoring your brain activity with an EEG. And if you hear something, your brain lights up and they can tell on the EEG that you still have brain activity. So they do this until the blood is drained from the brain and the brain activity completely stops. And they keep doing this throughout the entire surgery. Then they lower your body temperature until your heart stops beating. That's how low your temperature gets. And they're trying to get your heart to stop beating, because what good is it taking the blood out of your brain if the heart is going to pump it back into it? She watched her operation from outside and above her body during a standstill operation. She heard the conversations taking place, including that her right femoral artery was too small. She described the instrument that the surgeon used as reminiscent of an electric toothbrush, which, by the way, was true. The cardiologist that first interviewed her said, "I don't even know what that instrument looks like." She described the tray next to the surgeon as having interchangeable blades, which was also true. Dr. Carl Green was in the operating room for her surgery. He's a neurosurgeon. He was assisting Dr. Spetzler, who was actually...
Another citation from Angel Studio.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's still citing from Sabum's book on all of this. By the way, I just read the Pam Reynolds case Wikipedia page. Do you mind if I read a quick paragraph here?
Yes. Go ahead.
Worley, an anesthesiologist with many years of clinical experience, has considered this case in detail and remains unconvinced of the need for a paranormal explanation. He draws attention to the fact that Reynolds could only give a report of her experience sometime after she recovered from the anesthetic, as she was still intubated when she regained consciousness. This would provide some opportunity for her to associate and elaborate upon the sensations she had experienced during the operation with her existing knowledge and expectations. The fact that she described the small pneumatic saw used in the operation also does not impress Worley. As he points out, the saw sounds like, and to some extent looks like, the pneumatic drills used by dentists. In his large study on near-death experiences, Professor Sam Parnia's group, the Human Consciousness Project, in their AWARE study identified one subject out of 101 cardiac arrest survivors who, quote, described details relating to technical resuscitation equipment, end quote. None of the patients reported seeing the test design with upward-facing images. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sources cited for that.
Nice.
Damn.
Interesting.
Basil says for $5, Leo, tell us about your academic domains you're an expert in and how you gain that expertise. Thanks.
I'm not an expert in anything, and I've never claimed to be.
Wow.
And everybody here that knows me, particularly Max and Brenda, will tell you at no point have I ever claimed to be an expert about anything.
Yeah. We
In fact, I frequently clarify that I am not an expert, but I also say, because it's true, that if you go talk to the experts and the things that I talk about, they will say that the things that I'm saying are largely correct. And I know this because they have.
Inquisitive Infield for $5. Thank you so much. Some religious people view animals as machines that appear to have consciousness. Will defines animals as okay to kill, which is why humans better than animals. PhD Tony said about 2 in 1,000 patients retain awareness while under anesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
That is so freaky.
I want to know if it's possible to regain some level of awareness under anesthesia and then go completely unconscious again. And then like you fully regain conscious and think you had an out-of-body experience when it's just some memories from a period where you were aware. But I don't know if you can like go into and out of awareness while under anesthesia, or if you become aware if you stay that way till the end of it, because I don't fucking know anything about anesthesia. So
this is story time. Here's the story time.
Yeah.
There was a new anesthetic, and they tested it and did an operation on a guy, and they discovered that it was not an anesthetic, it was a muscle relaxant, and he just couldn't move, but he experienced every moment of the operation.
I read a story about that. There's two parts to anesthesia. There's the part that knocks you out, and then there's the part that like stops the pain. He was only given like one of the parts, and so he was like incapable of physically moving or anything, but was still completely aware.
Oh, wow.
And it was such a traumatizing experience that I think it was several months later he committed suicide.
Damn.
Yeah,
Basil says, got it. Leo equal Eric Weinstein.
No.
In what
No.
world?
That's
Come
funny
on.
because you'll notice that I don't like tout complete bullshit as like somehow being
That's-
profound physics and then get
that's-
rejected by all the experts.
That's
like Eric
absolutely
Weinstein
not
does.
true. There's no way Leo could do Eric's level of mathematics.
No.
Probably not. No, I'm not a professional mathematician. So,
Daryl.
also, I was going to respond to that. Yeah, I do understand physics. You don't need to be an expert in something to understand it.
Yeah. And then to balance things out, PhD Tony says, I would suggest Leo has technical knowledge of cosmology and philosophy. That's what I would say. Yep.
Doing the operation, and he said this. He said this when she came out of this a couple days later. She began to describe some details about her operation, and as she spoke, I became spooked. She talked about her blood vessels in her groin being cannulated and being too small. She talked about her heart being shocked twice, giving me details that she just shouldn't know.
Inquisitive Infidel for $2 says there's a chemical that prevents memory formation, scopolamine.
Isn't that like
Scopolamine,
roofies?
Yes, it's like roofies. It makes you it makes you very easily influenced, and you also have no memory. It happens a lot in places like Colombia, where a beautiful lady will come up to you in a bar and she will put like scopolamine on her tits, and then when you're there, blah, 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 you become like dazed and. Yeah, they can make you open up your safe. Like they can make you input the code, and then you don't remember anything. Yeah, it's called. I think Nat Geo has a documentary on that. It's called The Queens of Scopolamine.
I'm actually very curious about taking something like roofies, but in a safe environment, just to know how it feels to not remember what happened.
Right?
I'm very curious about that feeling.
The Cheetos are coated in scopolamine and lidocaine.
You know what they say, right?
Lidocaine won't make you feel a thing.
Also, to Daryl, when the fuck have I ever said I understand all?
Oh my!
Oh god, it's just so ridiculous. And I do
my.
understand quantum mechanics, as does anybody with a terminal degree in physics. Not that I have a terminal degree in physics, but yeah. Any well-trained physicist who's taken coursework in quantum mechanics understands quantum mechanics. This idea, nobody understands quantum mechanics, is said by a guy who was dead and a sex pest who didn't have an understanding of physics beyond what we knew in the 70s. So I don't fucking care what he had to say. He was wrong.
Leo, Angela Collier, have you seen her takedown of?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Angela Collier is great.
Leo, can you do me a favor? Do you have any way to lower your mic volume just a tad from the volume, because you're clipping just a little bit? Wait, guys, no, you're getting it wrong. I want Ashton yells, I want this to happen to me. Bring on the amnesia tits. No, guys. No. I was warning you. Don't go looking out for the scopolamine queens. What the fuck? Oh my.
Oh, yeah.
We'll come back to him. So this here is the strongest out-of-body experience that I'm aware of. So I want to get your thoughts.
So again, taken on face value, I have.
Ember says, who called me? Do I need to remind people Leo correctly corrected me on physics? I mean, yeah.
How's it going, Ember?
Basil and Daryl seem to have the idea that people can only have an informed opinion when they're experts. And no, like there's different levels of
expertise.
Expertise and claim. Like you can not have a degree in physics and still put in the work to understand to understand the topic. Ember says, I continue to survive, at least for today. Ember, the link is there. Did I pin it? Or Hold on, let me check.
I know you posted it. I don't know if you pinned it or not.
I did pin it. Yes, if you want to jump on, Ember, you are always more than welcome here.
No problem believing that she heard those conversations. Okay,
Well-
no problem believing. No problem believing that.
Hold on, you have to have a problem. She has 100 decibel clicks every 2 seconds in her ear.
Every 2 seconds. So that means that there's 2 seconds where she doesn't have the clicks, does she?
Yeah.
Am I the only one that sees that?
Did you say
no.
clit? Did you say clit? What?
Click. Yes.
Like-
She was getting her clit touched every 2 seconds. But
Oh
besides that, she had clicks
Wait.
in the headphones every 2 seconds. But that's
Oh,
just
yeah,
these 2
yeah.
seconds of silence. And again, a click is just so like it wouldn't interrupt her hearing all that much, right? Holy shit.
Do you guys hear clicks?
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, blocking out the sound. The thing with the electric toothbrush, was she describing how it felt, or how it sounded, or how she thought it sounded, or was she describing like its physical appearance?
She described both how it sounded and the physical appearance.
Okay. So again, taken on face value, then obviously that's something that I wouldn't be able to explain. Taken on face value, of course I wouldn't.
Okay.
So that has to be on the list for stuff to go and look at. I said at the beginning of the stream, lots of it would, and I will keep to my word. I will come back and do another stream, and I'll look into all of these stories. I might even have to split it over a couple of streams because there's a lot.
Yeah.
But
Now-
I will have a look.
I believe the BBC did a documentary about her. There's plenty of videos of her.
Okay,
being
hold on.
interviewed,
I got a
Dr. Seth-
question. I've got a question. Why the fuck do we call it the BBC, but we don't say the CNN or the NBC? I just don't get it. Like, why did the Brits have to invent a language and then just be like, well, no, we're not going to use it that way? These fucking people, man, they're just, oh my god, they got some hot chicks though. I'll give them that.
Amber, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a while.
Hello. I'm
Well, judging by that flag, I think it's more like Ember.
Oh, that's you lubbers.
Yes. Are you
At least we use
familiar
our H's.
with Duffy, Ember?
Yeah, Will Duffy, final experiment guy doing evolution lessons with Gutsick Gibbon.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, we've been dealing with this all afternoon. These are, according to him, his best arguments for God. But
Best?
oh boy.
Oh
Now,
no!
is this like
Oh,
a
that's
new
not good.
video? Or is this from like before he started evolution lessons?
No, this was a couple of days ago. June 11th. Yeah, no, this is while also doing the Gutsick Gibbon thing.
Okay.
Basil, can you provide a qualitative discussion of how Dirac introduced special relativity in quantum mechanics? Oh my God, you're not going to derail that.
I mean, I don't really know exactly what that's supposed to mean. Like, is he just referring to the Dirac equation?
I don't know. He's usually a little bit vague when it comes to the question, so that you have a hard time answering. But Basil, give us your email and Leo will get back to you on that one. We're dealing with Duffy now. Like, enjoy your hate boner for Duffy. Why are you so obsessed with Leo right now? Come on.
Metzler being interviewed, Dr. Green being interviewed. So there's plenty there for you to go and look at. But the key here is that she had no heartbeat, no brain activity, no blood in her brain, eyes taped shut, and then the sound in her ears. She literally just watched.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. So this is ChatGPT, so of course a pinch of salt here. But I think Duffy said that the earphones thing was to verify there's no brain activity. But from what it says here, is that is like actually the opposite. It's some like to verify how. Let me find again the sentence here. The purpose is not to verify that there is no brain activity at all, rather it's almost the opposite. As the patient is cooled and blood flow is stopped, the electrical responses become progressively smaller and eventually disappear. This tells the surgeons how profoundly the brain has been suppressed by hypothermia.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this is just like technically the same but with more technical language, but it said that it's not really to verify that there's no brain activity, just to verify like how active the brain is or something like
So
that.
they're basically monitoring the brain based on its response to the clicks to make sure that activity is suppressed.
I think so, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that makes sense. Constant stimulus or regular stimulus.
Mm-hmm. Inquisitive Infidel for $5 says, "Oh my guys, I can't thank you enough. Like Basil and Inquisitive Infidel today, MVPs, both of you.
You can take it, Max. You can take all of it.
Oh yeah.
Says they play clicks every couple of seconds and wait until there is no response, which is true for those particular brainstem responses, but that is not the same as demonstrating that the entire brain has absolutely no activity."
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Inquisitive Infidel says she's also recalled it dozens of times since then. It's been entirely overwritten. Everything she says now is suspect. Yeah, those are the problems with relying on this kind of stuff, like anecdotal stuff, to try and make an argument.
Mm-hmm.
The surgery take place above her body. So,
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
All right, let's move on. Okay, up next is Dr. Sam Parnia is our next expert here. He's the professor of medicine at NYU Grossman School of Medicine. He's the director of critical care and resuscitation research division at NYU Langone Health. And he's the director of Human Consciousness Project at the University of Southampton, UK. He is the main investigator for the two prospective studies. One is called AWARE-1, which is what you're looking at. And the second one is AWARE-2. I believe he's working on AWARE-3. These are prospective studies into these out-of-body experiences. Some people call them near-death experiences. He calls them recalled experiences of death. And the data, the purpose of the data is because there were all kinds of theories to try to explain these away. And I want people to just, right now, just try to step aside and set aside your biases and look at your heart and say, what am I doing with the information that Will is providing? Am I just trying to fight it, or am I open to whether or not it's true? People that were having knee-jerk reactions to these out-of-body experiences started coming up with all kinds of theories, like it's oxygen on the brain, or it's because they're religious, or whatever. And so these studies refute all of that. There is no current explanation for the data for these experiences other than their legitimate out-of-body experiences. Up next, we have Dr. Pim van Lommel. He was a cardiologist for 26 years. And in 1988, it's a long time ago, he initiated a prospective study of near-death experiences across 10 Dutch hospitals. And in 2001, results from this study were published in The Lancet. The Lancet is a very prestigious journal. And then in 2007, he published his book, Consciousness Beyond Life, The Science of the Near-Death Experience. Now, here's his study in The Lancet. This is probably the best study that's ever been done on these. And I'm going to tell you something fascinating, which is that they didn't want to publish his study. But the reason they did was because they said the science was just too good. It was just too good.
Not
And
how
so
it works. Oh my goodness.
It was too good, guys.
Yeah.
Like they were prejudiced against his subject. They didn't want to hear it because it was proof of God, but the science was just too good. No, Jesus fucking Christ. So for anybody who's never submitted peer review or done peer reviewing or whatever the case may be, you send in your stuff, you pay your fees, they do the anonymizing thing. They remove all the names so that friends and enemies won't be biased for or against you. And then they send out the paper to their reviewers. And that's, people don't really, it varies from place to place. It's true. But for the most part, you don't get paid for that. It's expected one of the obligations of being a member of academia. So the people have no vested interest in whether the paper passes or not. They do not care. They just want to go through, check the math, make sure the tables are right, make sure the conclusions follow from the information presented. What the conclusions are don't actually matter. Most of the time, they're not even paying attention. It's just, does the data make sense?
Inquisitive Infidel, for $5, thank you so much. What I can say, Will's argument in this talk is running through stuff I looked into almost 30 years ago. His intentional blind spots are infuriating. And I told you, he's a baby Christian. These are things that I was hearing when I was like 15. This is just nonsense argument after nonsense argument.
Right. This is so silly because even if we give near-death experiences credence, and full disclosure, I've been saying as long as I've been on YouTube, I had a near-death experience. It's nothing like anything I've ever heard anyone described, which tells me it's a product of the dang brain. But even if they were real, Christians have them, Muslims have them, Buddhists have them, secular people have them. So what does that prove? Which God does it count when a Christian does it, but not when a Muslim does it? What does it prove? It doesn't show us anything about the God proposition.
Same thing as miracles. Which God do we attribute it to? Because I don't know, the Greek gods were more involved. They used to do more things like that, like more magic.
I mean, for Christ's sake, half the time the gods' daily fucking lives just consisted of having to listen to Zeus go, "Can I stick my dick in it?" And them going, "No, Zeus, you can't." And Zeus going, "I'm gonna stick my dick in it," and them trying to be like, "No, come on." Jesus Christ. They were way more involved. They had way more going on, So, I would not expect miracles if the Greek gods existed, because God forbid the miracle was if Zeus didn't stick his dick in something. Let's just get real here.
Daryl, you're a little bit triggered. Calm down. This is not the topic right now.
Wait, what did that say? What did that?
It's explain your understanding for why time gets shorter with altitude from the Earth. Your understanding only demonstrate your understanding. Oh,
time gets shorter. Does that mean? I don't know what that. I think what he's trying to refer to is the notion of time dilation, and that sort of the rate at which a clock ticks will be faster the further away you move from the Earth, because gravitational fields affect your movement through space-time. So the closer you are to a gravitating body, the slower your clock will be perceived to tick, as measured from a reference frame that is not as close to the gravitating body.
Yep.
Anytime people come to me with some sort of an explanation to try to explain these, I usually turn them to this study, because this study will show that there is no correlation for what they're talking about. The only thing that makes sense of all the data is, again, that they're actually having an out-of-body experience. Now, what makes these such a strong evidence of the fact that we have a soul and that there are supernatural things that exist is something called veridical perception. This is the term in the literature. IANS, which is the International Association of Near-Death Studies, defines
IANS is actually
perceptions
an
as
animal food. It's IANS, and it's an animal food. Okay. So,
this experiences in which a person sees, hears, or otherwise perceives something when they shouldn't be able to, given their physical or medical state at the time. So this to me is the strongest evidence.
Wait, whoa. Let's pump the brakes here. How do you determine when somebody shouldn't be able to perceive something? That just seems like this is the problem with these kinds of organizations, is they give these really wishy-washy kind of definitions for things. They don't really pin down anything, which completely ignores at least in my opinion, the point of a definition, which is to really sort of pin down what sort of concept is being referred to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Basil, come on. for $5 says, let's hold a moment of silence for the chubby Aussie who spent $30,000 to eat a ham sandwich in Antarctica because Duffy convinced him. You know that he was the first one to do weight measurement and gravity measurements with weights in Antarctica, right? I mean, that's
Yeah, like, to just eat a
well
sandwich in
worth
Antarctica, it's going to Antarctica. What are you talking about?
right? What? Like, come on, Basil. You should know better.
You know, I bet a ham and cheese melt would taste fantastic in Antarctica. Nice and warm.
Like, I would go to Antarctica to not eat a sandwich. Like, what? It's going to Antarctica, dude.
Yeah, I would go to Antarctica just to lick the ice. But I mean, that's just me. I'm a licker. I want to go to one of the salt flats because I would love to lick one of the salt flats.
Wait. You would lick the ice, but you wouldn't lick the amnesia tits?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I mean, I would rather get my tits with no scopolamine if that's possible. Thank you. I don't want to get robbed or like mugged or even worse potentially. Who knows?
That's why you need a girlfriend.
The phenomenon. This is going to be interesting for Leo. The phenomenon he's going to be talking about here is called blind sight. It's when V1 is damaged, and that they still are able to have some kind of awareness of their surroundings. And if you read the Wikipedia article on it, it's hypothesized that there are still islands of undamaged tissue in the visual cortex that are able to give you a subconscious sense of things around you without it being significant enough to rise to consciousness.
Okay. All right. Ashton says #amnesia tits. I mean, if I warned you, like I can't control what you do, but
body experiences is what's known as veridical perception. Now, there is a doctor named Dr. Bruce Grayson. He was brought into this again against his will, so to speak. He had a situation very early on in his medical career where he was in the hospital cafeteria eating spaghetti and his pager went off and he spilled spaghetti on his tie and he couldn't get.
Oh my, this story,
I know where this is going.
Hold on to your horses. This is the derpiest Will is during this whole stream. This is the derpiest ever. I'll play it uninterrupted until the end and then we'll comment.
It off. And so he put a white lab coat over his tie because he didn't want people to think that he was a slob or disrespectful or whatever. So he covered it up. A female brought in her female roommate who was unconscious.
A female?
And they were working on trying to revive her. And he had to go tell her female roommate outside the room updates on what was going on. And at one point in time when he was speaking with the roommate, he unbuttoned his lab coat. Well, the next day when he came into work, she was conscious and he checked on her and she said, "Hey, I remember you from yesterday." And he's like, "Well, I don't know how you could remember me. You were unconscious and I only visited you very briefly." And she said, "No, I remember you talking to my roommate." And he said, "Well, that was down the hall." And she's like, "Yeah, I know, but you had a stain on your tie." Now, this bothered him tremendously because she talked about the conversation he had with the roommate, which was outside the room down the hall. And she knew about the stain on the tie, which he was trying to hide from everyone. So he didn't even tell his wife about this because he didn't want her to think she was crazy. And he ended up finding a book by Dr. Raymond Moody, which was called Life After Life. And he started to learn that people have out-of-body experiences. So he started researching this and came to the conclusion, you can't explain this away. He now has a book called After. A doctor explores what near-death experiences reveal about life and beyond. Now, there is a book called The Self Does Not Die, which has hundreds of confirmed and verified out-of-body experiences. And here's...
Verified paranormal
Verified.
phenomena
Oh my
from
goodness.
near-death experiences. Oh, my.
There's a book called Contact, which confirms and verifies contact with aliens.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's true. I mean, you can't explain the 8 hours of missing footage on Jodie Foster's headset.
There's a book that was written by Flat Earth Banjo that talks about emergency landings and how they prove flat Earth. So we're not just accepting books as evidence, right? It's not like they won't let anyone just write a fucking book, right?
Right. Well, okay. So Raymond Moody, that's a name I know from when I've looked into
Yeah.
near-death stuff before. He wrote his book in like 1975, and he is an actual psychiatrist. But his book, and you know, strike me down if this sounds familiar to anyone. He's speaking outside his field in favor of a conspiracy theory. He just interviewed people. He said, "What happened to you?" And then he wrote it down. And that's the extent of his research. Is they said this thing happened, so it's verified. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Why
am I not shocked?
By the way, the 8 hours were necessary for the aliens to imitate her father.
Right. No, I mean, I am convinced.
The quote from the book. All the cases in this book involve confirmation by someone else, which clearly excludes the possibility that the presentation of a case and its anomalous aspects is based on the supposed bias or memory flaws of the NDE, or the near-death experiencer. If you honestly want to...
So the book tells us, trust me, this is true. Trust me, bro. Is that it? Inquisitive Infield for $2. Thank you so much. A doctor collects and edits stories about NDEs. Yep. Yagi Chandan, I read a book with burning shrubbery and talking snakes. Sign me up.
Hell yeah.
No.
This is
The
functionally
strong
identical to the aliens accounts, right? Like after they started making newspaper articles, selling papers, headlines, all this stuff about UFO crashes and this and that, suddenly UFO sightings went way, way, way up. And like everybody would talk about like cigar-shaped UFOs, and then someone would do a thing about saucers, and then suddenly everyone was seeing flying saucers, and no one saw a cigar again. You know, it's all
Tic Tac.
Yes, the
Yeah,
Tic Tacs.
And now that we have like full HD 60 FPS cameras, they seem to not be happening that much anymore.
We've got AI image and video generators, and now all of a sudden UFOs are coming back.
Right? Huh. Funny how that works.
Miracles too, for that matter.
Evidence that we have a soul and people do have out-of-body experiences. I would get this book. They have a very high threshold to make it.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to defer to Witsit here.
Okay, so I'm going to clarify because you're using wizardry.
Thank you, Austin.
Into the book, they have them categorized by who verified it, how many people verified it.
Hey, Max.
And so here is.
Yes.
So I've just been seeing a few comments. Can I ask Daryl a question and kind of return the favor just really quickly, and then we can get back to this?
Yeah, of course.
Daryl, can you tell me what Klepsch-Gordon coefficients are? Okay, we can continue.
You got it.
An incredible resource.
Tag me for the answer, Daryl, so we can see and show everyone.
For people to look into if they want to see these cases, and they're all documented. So what are your thoughts on out-of-body experiences?
So obviously, I mean, again, taken at face value, all very, very impressive. Again, I've got no issue with people perceiving things in the room that around them, and you know, I think we've gone over that. Those stories taken at face value, I wouldn't be able to explain. Obviously,
Rose from the dead.
All right, here we go.
So I want to talk about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I believe this is a very important one, as I believe that this is the
I mean, before we even talk about the resurrection, can we talk about how Jesus is not the Messiah? Because, I mean, that is the central claim of Christianity, is that Jesus is the Messiah. They're wrong, but that's the central claim. The resurrection is just extra. Daryl says, what the fuck is that supposed to prove, Leo?
That you have any idea what you're talking about? That just any idea at all? I'm saying nothing more. I'm asking nothing more. I'll expect your answer in the next 5 minutes.
Reason people can be saved and spend eternity in.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, because the blood sacrifice is not a requirement since the Old Testament, and I forget the verse exactly, since the Old Testament says that when you didn't have an animal to sacrifice to Yahweh, that an ephah of flour would do. So no, the blood sacrifice is not required. Sorry, wrong again.
In heaven. When it comes to the historical claim that Jesus rose from the dead, I think whether or not someone accepts this first comes down to what standard they have for whether or not something in the historical record occurred. So, Al, how do you assess historical claims specifically in regards to ancient history and determine the veracity of those accounts?
Multiple attestation is a pretty good one. You don't have that for Jesus, so where do we go from there? Oh, Basso for $5 says, describe the Hamiltonian for the harmonic oscillator. Don't ask Gemini. Oh, boy. Why are we derailing like this? Did I claim I know everything about everything and understand physics? Leo did. Oh.
You're muted, Leo.
Leo, we can't hear you for some reason.
Yeah. So first off, to Basil, like there's multiple harmonic oscillators. You got to be a bit more specific. And it described in what way? That's just a vague question. Like that's not a question that would be asked on like an exam problem in quantum mechanics. Anyway. Daryl said, no one can comment on a person's expertise in general, but I'm not a string theory expert, but I know what it is, just as I am not a QM expert, but I know what it is and what it claims. And so you are saying that you have some understanding of quantum mechanics. So I was just curious if you knew what Clebsch-Gordon coefficients were.
Oh, Daryl, I think it's a little bit triggered right now. What are the 4 outputs of a double balanced mixer?
I don't know. I'm not a chef.
Yeah, I would say French cream.
A little bit of that cream fraiche.
I mean, in general, and that's just my experience as a DJ, mixers have 2 outputs, left and right channels, because, stereo sound. But that's probably not the answer for that.
You know what? When it comes to biblical stuff, this is where...
biblical, just ancient history in general.
How do I assess historical claims specifically in regards to ancient history? That is such a good question. I mean, archaeological evidence, if it's supported by archaeological evidence, if it is, if there's evidence that the documents around those claims have been written at a time, not written 500 years later, for example, but were written at the time and that they're authentic.
The Romans kept good records. They were like all civilizations. They were meticulous about keeping records.
Yep.
It's difficult. I'm not really a history buff, and I've not really thought about that before. I've given a really crap answer to that. Sorry. If a better answer comes to me,
I'm trying to prove a point here, which is that most people accept history at face value, and they don't have a standard, but they reject the resurrection of Christ.
Yeah, because it's not a historical claim, it's a mythological one, and you don't have, I was able to answer, which is multiple attestation. Outside of the Gospels, you have no one claiming that Jesus resurrected. No one.
Well, where are the reports of zombies? Because supposedly the dead came out of their graves and talked with their living relatives.
Yep.
Yeah.
In one of the Gospels. In the other ones, that's just not the case. So there we have that. The thing making the claim is extremely unreliable in the fact that it can't even get the story of who went to the tomb straight. It's all over the place. All the
Was it the
Gospels
women?
contradict
Were the
each other.
women first? Yeah, were the women first, or who? Who was there first? Who saw it?
I think that that's inconsistent. Like, I'm guessing you've never had any issues with Roman history and who was the first Roman emperor. And
Yeah, we do have an issue with Roman history. For example, we don't take the claim that Caesar resurrected. We don't take the mythological parts of Roman history because these people didn't make a distinction between mythology and history.
Didn't
So,
Marcus Aurelius also rise from the dead? In fact, weren't his heroic figures popping out of the grave all over the place?
Yes,
I think Alexander the Great as well, didn't he?
Imposters were a thing in antiquity. We know that. We know that there were people impersonating other people after their death.
But also,
yes,
do remember that historians generally, anyway, start from a place of skepticism. Like when we see something written about in literature, like the Trojan War, for the longest time, we thought it was entirely fictional. It was only after we discovered ruins that were pretty clearly Troy that we were like, oh shit, did that really happen? Or at least a version of it.
right. But Athena was not on the battlefield. Like, no serious historian would affirm that Athena was on the battlefield helping her army, right?
For sure. We take things one claim at a time. We had assumed the entire thing was fictional, and then we found the city. Sort of like the walls of Jericho story in the Bible, like we know Jericho existed, but the walls thing, the fact that there was a city doesn't mean the magic happened.
Right.
Yeah. I read Spider-Man and definitely New York exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Emerson Biggins, we have issues with the supernatural claims of Roman history. We do.
all of that.
No, that's a fair point. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We can move on. Okay. So as I mentioned at the beginning, my goal.
Wait, are we not going to get the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus? Oh my! Like the only claim I was interested in, you're not going to give evidence for?
It's just a two-foot way. Is that all he's doing? Is he's going, well, you can't prove there were Roman emperors that really lived, so good enough.
Oh boy. Inquisitive infidel for $2. That long ago, people believed visions were real.
Before you all jump into this one, I am going to hop out of here because it's getting close to my bedtime.
Yeah,
All right, Leo,
I gotta hop off too.
Great to see you.
Yeah,
you too.
Go learn some real quantum mechanics. So
I apparently I don't know shit. I need to brush up. I mean, MIT OpenCourseWare. What did they teach you? Nothing apparently.
Holy. No, I mean that's
Leo. Before you go, Nathan Oakley. No, not Nathan. Quantum Eraser said he's studying quantum mechanics.
Oh my!
I don't know if I know who that is.
John Stunia, Quantum Eraser. You don't know him? He's a flat earther. Shouts.
I don't believe so.
Derpy as hell.
Yeah, he said he's taking. This just means he's watching videos. He's taking courses on quantum mechanics now.
I see. No, Basil, I haven't solved the Riemann hypothesis, but you know what problem I have solved? The Yang, Mills, and Mascat problem. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm not publishing that paper. I'm keeping it secret, but I totally solved it 100%. Don't go looking because you won't find anything, but I did. I promise, totally. And it wasn't. I promise the answer was not revealed to me in a dream by God or something like that. Anyway, y'all take it easy. It was good seeing you guys.
Basil, you keep bringing up the Riemann hypothesis. I'm wondering when you are going to prove it. Because I looked into it, and the problem is that everyone seems to agree that it's true, but no one can prove it. So I'm waiting on you, Basil. I'm waiting here, patiently waiting.
All right, I gotta hop off too.
You are No, I'm not.
The Riemann hypothesis scared everyone away.
Mike, final thoughts if you want to say something before you go.
It's just really disappointing to hear Duffy talk like this. But But
Yeah.
at least we got a good laugh out of it. I had fun. But.
By the way, Fable's going to solve the Riemann hypothesis when they reboot it.
Awesome. All right, have a good
Take
night,
care,
guys.
Mike.
Bye.
Right.
Basil says, I wish I could. That's the most interesting problem in math. There's others that are kind of interesting. I went
No.
into a little bit of a math rabbit hole in some channels there, and there are some still, like the millennium problems are interesting also.
Primes are interesting. They're
Yeah.
weird as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you talk about primes, Basil gets a hard on about something Isa said like 6 months ago. So
Yeah. Can Basil tell us why no matter how far out you go, primes seem to come in pairs? Why is that, Basil?
now that's
a
main
thing
problem.
too.
Yep.
So there's a whole bunch of things all connected here. First of all, is the Riemann hypothesis has to do with the zeta function. I'm not a mathematician, not my field, so I don't know all the details about it, but it has to do with applications for the zeta function in isolating and predicting primes. It theoretically, if we could figure out how to make it work all the way through, it could isolate primes. Like, it should be able to tell us theoretically all the primes, except they're infinite, so it can't, but it could. And that's one of the reasons it's weird. That's one of the Millennium Prize problems. And there's like, I don't know, 8 of them or something. If you solve one of these math issues.
Why does the zeta function appear? Why does the zeta function appear in physics, for God's sake? That's number theory.
There's interesting overlap with the probability distributions and the way they work in quantum physics, because I don't even know if I can describe it accurately. The way the function works is that you isolate your first integer and then you apply the function to the factors of the integer so that it automatically eliminates anything that's a multiple of that number, and then the next uncanceled number is the next number in the series, and then you apply the function again to that number, and it'll eliminate everything that's a multiple of that number, and so on and so on and so on. And that's how it helps isolate primes. But another one of these Millennium Prize problems is the twin prime conjecture.
Yep.
So, like, if you can solve one of these, you'll probably solve more than one. But each one of them offers $1 million prize if you can provide a mathematical proof as opposed to a physics proof.
Basil says Leo is a con artist. How is he a con artist? He makes no money. He doesn't stream. Like, no. Again, you're getting words wrong. Pablé said que rompebolas Basilito, eh? And Basil apparently understands Spanish, so I'll just leave it at that. And then Basil for $5, thank you so much, said Leo is a goober. Do not take him seriously. It's on you not to promote grifters. How is he a grifter again? You're using words wrong. Like you did with Duffy. Yes.
I should have a live just so Basil can insult me with $5 super chats
every single time. Yes, I mean, most people insult me for free. So,
the goal with this discussion was to make my best effort to appeal to the science-minded, as you are a science teacher, and
yeah, you failed.
Your audience is most likely very science-minded. I would like to make an argument for the resurrection of Jesus utilizing a scientific principle.
The laws of thermodynamics would state that the resurrection of Jesus was impossible. So let's start there. Like entropy, you can't reverse entropy like that. Once someone is dead, they are dead.
That most people hold today, and that is uniformitarianism. So uniformitarianism is the idea that the natural laws and processes that operate in the world today have always operated in the past. Some consider uniformitarianism that it should be.
Oh no, this is derpy. Derpy.
Yeah,
like derpy with capital D.
Required first principle in any scientific research. Now, we can sum up uniformitarianism as the present is the key to the past. Now, I realize that there's going to be a difference here. And so what I'm suggesting here, and I did come up with this on my own, is a form of supernatural uniformitarianism, if you will, that the present and the supernatural event.
That like supernatural uniformitarianism.
That's like an oxymoron.
Yes, that is the gigantic oxymoron. Like holy shit.
Events that happen in the present.
I also
are the
want to
key.
quickly note, uniformitarianism is a geological principle, not a physics principle. It doesn't. It's not, you know, an aerodynamics principle. It's for geology. It's that geological processes operate the same way today as they have in the past. Not that all of science does, because there has been shit that we know has changed, like the Hubble constant, for example.
So I probably remember this wrong, but I think in one of her first presentations, Gottlieb Given talked about this, and I think it's not just for geology. It is used in geology a lot, but I think it is like some sort of scientific. I don't know if it's called philosophy or what, but yeah, like the principle is true. I don't know if in the rest of science it's still called that. But
It's the uniformity. It says that the laws of physics here on Earth should be the same as on Mars or on anywhere else. So you mix baking soda and vinegar here on Earth, it's going to produce carbon dioxide. It's going to do the same thing everywhere else. Chemistry and physics is the same everywhere, and that's the uniformity of nature. And it's a necessary assumption, because if you don't assume that, you can't really do science.
Right. Yeah.
Because then you could say, well, the laws of physics are different in Colorado than they are in China, right? It's an assumption that we have to make necessary to doing science.
Yep. And until it's proven like incorrect, then we're kind of justified in assuming like an axiom, assuming that it's true. Basil, he didn't claim to, like, you're doing this again. You've made the claim that I claim that I'm an expert in things that I'm not. So this is an empty claim. He didn't claim to be an expert in physics. You are like straight out lying when you say that. Go back in the recording. He didn't.
To the past. Although extremely rare, resurrections still happen on occasion today. Now, I want to speak.
This or what Will was saying.
What Will said. I assume
sorry,
the thing
I got distracted.
you laughed at is very funny.
Yes, sorry.
What is it?
Basically,
the horoscope.
Yeah, yes, in the Chinese horoscope, Basil is crabs. That's what that means.
Okay. So he's ahead of us in evolution.
Present supernatural.
Hold on, let me go back and we'll check this.
Yes,
I realize
prefers,
that
nature
there's going to
the
be
crab body plan. Nature prefers the crab body plan.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Be a difference here. And so what I'm suggesting here, and I did come up with this on my own, is a form of supernatural uniformitarianism, if you will, that the present and the supernatural events that happen in the present are the key to the past. Although extremely rare, resurrections still happen on occasion today.
No, they don't.
Now, I want to speak to anybody listening right now. If your first thought when I say that is no, they.
The problem here is that. Oh, sorry. Read the comment and then I'll.
Yeah, Basil, understanding something is saying you understand something is not claiming that you are an expert in. I, for example, understand how a synthesizer works. Am I an expert in synthesizers? No, because I couldn't build one, but I understand how they function. So there's different levels of. And when people say they understand something, you automatically always assume they're claiming that they're an expert. And that's just not the case. Like, you've been corrected on this multiple times, dude. Ale, go ahead.
Yeah. So, because I know what Will is doing here, because again I have talked to him, and the problem is that he's conflating resuscitations with resurrections, which is not the same at all, because people are resuscitated all the time because they're constantly being worked on, they're put on ice, they're being done chest compressions, etc., etc., etc. And so it's not a resurrection, because resurrection would be nobody interfering whatsoever, and the person just comes back to life like maybe one day or more after the fact. But resuscitations are when people are intervening and are not the same as a resurrection. Resurrection has never happened.
Yep.
Additionally, there's more evidence for reincarnation than resurrection. Now, I'm not saying reincarnation happened. I'm just saying there's like Sai Baba, this dude in India who died in like 2011 or whatever. He claimed to be the reincarnation of a previous Sai Baba, and apparently people were still alive who had known the earlier one or something like that. Somehow or another, he theoretically proved it to the satisfaction of people who knew. So I don't believe in the reincarnation, but there's more evidence for reincarnation than resurrection, because there's at least some evidence for reincarnation, even if it's bad.
There's evidence for women being impregnated by aliens. There's a number of women, I don't know how many, that claim, and they are pregnant, and they claim that their baby is a hybrid, right?
Reptilian as fuck. Inquisitive Infidel for $5. Same anywhere or any when supernatural intercession would cause detectable science. Will is leading into a cooked dead body without documents. And Basil says, I have not. Yes, you have. You do not understand what understanding means. I literally just explained it to you. It's not being able to talk about something in a YouTube stream. Yes, it is.
Sounds like what is it when you reverse an equivocation? When you take two separate concepts and try to make them be the same word? Is that a conflation?
Yeah.
It's a equivocation.
Yeah.
Ale, do you mind checking your mic? You sound a little bit like you're at the bottom of a well.
Let me check.
You don't? That proves right there you're not interested in the truth.
Yeah, it was like another.
If I say,
I thought so. Wait, what was he saying?
Right now, if your first thought when I say that is no, they don't.
Yes, well, that is the first thought, because from death, like true death, number one, you are incorrect in saying that going into BFib is dying. That's not dying. From brain death, no one comes back from that ever. Right?
Also, like defib is not the heart stopping, by the way. It's just like the heart pumping irregularly.
Yeah. But like when you go into coding, that they start resuscitation maneuvers, you're not dead yet. Like death is defined as brain death, when you have no more electrical activity whatsoever at all, right? And so, from that, no one has ever come back.
Yeah, required Monty Python quote here. I'm not dead yet.
So here, I think it depends, because clinically dead, it's when your heart stops, actually stops, like not just beating irregularly, actually stops. That's clinically, that's what they consider death. But yes, I mean, in general, death is like a whole process. And also death could also be brain death, but it's like a different kind of death. It's not clinically death. That's why I think it's called brain death, because there's no brain activity. But death, technically, it's when your heart stops beating.
Right, but that's but you can still, like, if your heart stops and they resuscitate you or they shock you, you can come back from that. What generally is referred to as like actual death is brain death, and from that no one comes back.
Well,
Russell says, please tell us what the invariant in special relativity is. I've asked before. It's the speed of light, isn't it? Like, we've talked about this, and me not knowing something like that doesn't change, because I never claimed to be an expert in physics. I understand some things. I can resolve like a projectile problem, but there are some things which I understand like on a surface level, and that's what I was telling you, that you can have different levels of understanding. Holy shit.
Yeah, when someone says I understand physics, they don't mean the whole of physics. They mean I have a certain level of understanding of physics.
Yeah. Tony says the world record for resuscitation is like an hour for a young woman in sub-zero lake. Yes.
I think it was actually like 24 or 48 hours. No, I think that was the world record.
There's an automatic system that kicks in when your body is cold and helps the people to actually survive. Something happen. I forget what happens, but it keeps the brain sort of. I don't remember exactly. There's an automatic thing that kicks in.
It generally also, like, that's how we keep meat in the fridge, right? If it's cold, it takes a longer time to start actively decomposing, because like when you straight up die, like brain death, no activity, and everything stops, right? You start decaying that very moment, and that's very hard because on top, like,
well, a little clarification on that. You're actually decaying right now. Well, the difference is that your biological systems are also rebuilding you at the same rate. When you're dead, that stops happening.
But like from there, that one thing I always say is that the Jesus miracle, on top of the resurrection, it had to be a double miracle, because I don't know if anyone has seen a 3-day-old or a 2-day-old corpse. The blood pools on the bottom of the corpse because of gravity, and you lose all the color and the blood pools there. So it will have to be the resurrection and also a regeneration miracle, kind of like Wolverine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
like
double
Doctor
miracle.
Who.
Yes.
Here it says that the record for longest clinical death without brain damage is 8 hours and 42 minutes, but this is an AI response. So again, pinch of salt.
You're not interested in the truth. If I say resurrections still happen on occasion today, and you don't believe me, if you're searching for truth, your reaction should be, I don't believe you. Where's the evidence?
Yeah, I don't believe you because I know you're wrong. I know you're like, well, you're straight up lying. And we know what the Bible says, and I'm going to show it because you actively deserve it. Here we go. But as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immorals, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars that you will, their place will be in the lake of fire that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. So, I mean, no, resurrections don't happen. Resuscitations happen, right? Like CPR and that kind of stuff, shock, blah, blah, blah. But that has no bearing on Jesus, because they didn't have any of the equipment to do that. And also he was dead for 2 or 3 days. So no.
It shouldn't be no, they don't. Okay, so that's just a good way for us all to check ourselves and to see, do we really want evidence, or are we completely closed and shut down? Okay, we
would love some evidence.
Yeah.
Like don't give us that counter skepticism bullshit and be like, oh well, you just don't believe me, you're already biased. No, just show me the evidence and I'll consider it. Holy shit.
Yeah, and again, obviously he doesn't he would not claim or accept any of the I'm sorry. I got distracted with this. Basil said, I was going to keep super chatting, but Big Fish made me reconsider. I mean, it's okay. You've spent a shitload of money today, which I'm extremely grateful. But let's say what the deflection. Anyway, I've never had any views on Duffy either way. Hope that helps. Now back to proving your claim. Was that it? I don't know. It's okay, Basil. If you don't want to super chat anymore, you've done a lot today.
There's something you can say to Basil Max is all this interaction helps promote the channel.
Yeah.
The show.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's okay, Basil. Thank you so much. And we're on our way out, so don't worry about it. Thank you, though. Thank you, like from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much.
Dr. Chauncey Crandall. He's a world-renowned cardiologist from Palm Beach, Florida.
Oh.
He did his postgraduate training at the Yale University School of Medicine, cardiology training at Beth Israel Hospital and Mount Sinai Medical Center in New York, and he got a faculty appointment at Duke University. Let's talk about his patient, Jeff Markin. In 2006, Jeff collapsed from a massive heart attack at Palm Beach Gardens Hospital. He was pronounced dead after 40 minutes of failed resuscitation. Dr. Chauncey Crandall left the operating room as a nurse was preparing his body for the morgue. Dr. Crandall was walking down the hallway and heard a voice tell him to pray for Jeff.
For fuck's sake.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so 40 minutes of resuscitation where they kept on pumping his heart and with that breathing bag that they put over your mouth so they don't have to give you mouth to mouth, right? So they were actively trying to keep him here.
Dr. Crandall ignored the voice, and it came again a second time telling him to pray for Jeff. He went back to the operating room and laid hands on him and prayed for him. He asked the nurse to shock him one more time. She reluctantly did so, and upon shocking him, he immediately had a heartbeat.
Oh, so is this medical procedure now? The laying on of hands? Is this procedure now?
This is how I think I know this is fake, because doctors do not shock patients that have no heartbeat. Like the shocking, like the clear and the shock, that is the fibrillation is for when your heart is irregular. It's not when it stops beating.
What?
Like
no,
that's not medical.
They do both.
Procedure.
Like when people flatline, you can shock them back into
I think
sinus
no.
rhythm.
That I watch Dr. Mike, so this is my source. Again, not perfect memory here, but the defibrillator is not for when your heart stops. It's for when your heart is beating irregularly. When your heart stops, it's chest compressions. They don't shock you when your heart stops.
I can back you up on that, Alejandro. I've been watching Dr. Mike. I don't know. So occasionally the algorithm just gets into a mood and starts sending me a bunch of the same creators. I'd been watching Mama Dr. Jones stuff, and she started talking about the pit, and the pit brought me to Dr. Mike, whatever. But yeah, he talks about shockable rhythms. There's like a couple few different rhythms that they will use the paddles on. A flatline is not one of them, according to him.
Because there's no rhythm.
Who's this Dr. Mike? The algorithm must not like me.
Oh, he's like a hunk doctor on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah.
He is a very pretty man. It's true.
Basil says, tells to Big Fish, your arguments are that convincing you've made me reconsider my support for this channel. Basil, we've heard you say that before, and you came back. So, I mean, that at the end of the day, whether you want to support the channel or not, that's fine. That's on you. You could always just watch and not send super chats, right? I mean, no one asks people to super chat. People do that out of their own volition.
Yeah, people do it because they want to.
Yeah.
And some of us are poor and can't do super chats, and we're allowed to watch anyway.
Yeah, of course.
This is also documented in this series called Miracle on Angel. It's episode 8, if anybody wants to look at that. So, Al, we actually have a documented resurrection that happened today, and you can still talk to the doctor and you can still talk to the patient.
Not a resurrection though. Resuscitation, which is not the same thing.
Yeah.
And then again, this doesn't prove, like, let me grant you the argument that this is true. It still doesn't prove that Jesus resurrected, because none of that was done to Jesus. None of it. He wasn't in a hospital. He wasn't shocked. They didn't try to resuscitate him for 40 minutes. It was like 2 days, 3 days, depending on where you look. And he just came back to life.
Yeah.
So not the
After
same
3
thing.
days, after 3 days, you start to stink a little bit. That's why the women use spices and stuff in those days to keep the stench down.
Yep. Yeah, they do. They did the spicing and the washing of the body and so on. Yeah, 3-day corpse or 2-day corpses is already pretty bad.
Yeah, if
That it happened
putrefaction is taking place, there's no coming back from that.
Mm-hmm. And then you also have, like, if you have like poop, you will just shit yourself, and it's overall nastiness.
Any first thoughts there?
I mean, is it possible? I mean, it wouldn't explain the voices in the.
Tony says 36 hours, not 3 days. Well, that's what I know. The text says one thing, but when you ask most Christians, they will tell you that 3 days, right?
Yeah.
It's all full of inconsistencies all over the place.
Voices in the head, but is it possible this person actually just wasn't dead? You know what I mean? Like, is that a ridiculous thing to suggest?
I think so. There's plenty of interviews on YouTube where you can talk to both of them. Listen to both of them. His body was black. I believe it's called cyanosis.
Yes, that happens when your blood is not getting oxygenated. It's when people are choking, that they become like blue.
Yeah,
it's
purple.
Basically that. It's basically that.
It's terrifying. I've witnessed it in the hospital. A visitor to a patient this was a visitor. They had a heart attack in the room, and his face just turned black, just like a switch going on. It just scared the living. It's terrifying.
I almost choked as a kid with like barbecue. I tried to swallow a big piece, and it got stuck on my throat. And when I went to my parents' room, I was like all blue. But yeah, that just means low oxygen in the blood.
And what's super fascinating about this particular one is what Jeff Markin said happened to him after this event.
My girlfriend is watching the stream because I shared it with her, and she just messaged me saying that her grandmother, when was in the hospital, this also happened to her, that she turned black as well.
Yeah. But if you get, like, let's say you're choking and you're blue and starting to turn black, and then they remove the obstruction, then you go back to your regular color in a little bit.
Yeah.
Max telling his sausage stories. I was eating barbecue, not sausage.
A place that sounds a lot like hell. So he essentially went to hell, in his opinion. And he said he knew he had died, and he knew he went to hell. And he said that it was the most miserable place you could ever be. It was lonely.
How long was he there? For like 40 minutes in hell?
I also, like this also, got brought up in my discussion with Will, and it was, but Will, there's evidence that these near-death experiences are heavily influenced by the cultural context. Like
Oh, yeah.
there are cases of Hindus that go to either Hindu heaven or Hindu hell, or I don't know if there's heaven or hell in Hinduism. I think it's reincarnation, or maybe I'm confusing myself. Regardless, the point is that heavily influenced by cultural factors, and even there are even atheists that have never been anything other than atheists that just experience a calm void and nothing else. Like it's really not that strong evidence for Christianity or for God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even when it is in favor of one religion or another. I'm thinking of like Cy Gart, who's another scientist who had an experience and whatnot. And he describes his experience as he had a vision, and there was a light, and there was a man, and therefore that man must have been Jesus. Like there's so much interpretation of what the brain produces, and what's produced is based on cultural expectation in the first place. It's kind of silly.
All right.
It was dark. There was no one to be with. There was no more relationships, and he was just devastated. So that's an interesting twist on this. A lot of people that look into out-of-body experiences.
Emerson Biggins says, shit, I took ketamine treatments and they made me feel like I was in a pit like hell. Oh, the keyhole. I've never had that happen to me because I've never tried ketamine, but I've seen people do ketamine and go straight into the keyhole. It doesn't look like fun at all.
Hear a lot of stories of people going to a good place. That's not always the case. Jeff happened to go to hell. And by the way, he considered himself a very bad person. He was in love with his job. He was cheating on his wife. He was essentially not taking care of his two daughters. And so then we have, once again, a miracle that has a prayer happen at the exact moment. And we have Chauncey Crandall saying, I heard a voice, and the voice said, go pray for Jeff. And obviously,
who was that voice? Was it God? If God was telling this guy to pray, why didn't God just save the fucking guy? What is the requirement for the prayer?
Yeah.
None of it makes any sense, Will. And what's baffling is that a grown-ass man would find this compelling in any kind of a way. Like, seriously.
there's no one around him. There's no one in a hall saying this. So clearly in his mind, it's God. He ignores it because he's like, this guy is dead. We've tried to resuscitate him for 40 minutes. They're already cleaning his body for the morgue. And then he hears it a second time. And he's like, well, if that's truly God, I can't disobey him. Goes back, prays for him. And then he comes back alive. And now his life is completely changed.
Goes back, prays for him, according to your claim, shocks him again, and then the guy revives. That
yeah, why is the shock necessary?
yeah, I don't know. Why didn't God just revive the dude, and that would have been it? Is he flexing his muscles like, check it out, look what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna revive this fucker? No, this is so dumb, Will.
As you can imagine, he's now a Christian. And so this is a pretty powerful experience in my mind.
Wasn't
that
he a
can't just
Christian?
be handled.
Why would he think he's hearing God if he wasn't a Christian? Like what? I'm a bit confused here.
Yeah.
I remember hearing a story from a man who was a Muslim, or no, he wasn't a Muslim. I forget if he was like a lapsed Catholic or whatever, but he was like vaguely Christian affiliated. So he already had some conception of the Abrahamic God, but he wasn't like practicing or anything. And he ran into some struggle or other, like his kid had a surgery. It was over 3 years ago. But this dude, he's a doctor. He goes to the lobby and he just starts praying. He's like, I will worship whoever saves my child. You know, that will prove to me that you're real. And he just started saying names of different gods. And I guess when he got to Allah, that was when he got news that his son had been resuscitated or what the fuck ever. And I'm like, If you'd been on Rumpelstiltskin at that moment, would that like?
Hell yeah. I mean, but Allah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Wait.
Okay, I'm interested.
Wait, someone asked, wait, who was it? Emerson Biggins. Please tell me that Kat pushes back on this bullshit. Kat basically said that he will do a video response to all of this. I don't think that this is I think this is the first time that Kat has heard a lot of these arguments. I am very familiar with all of that, so like that wasn't too hard for me. But dude, this is just Will. Oh my, like you made 6 arguments, 6 fallacies, Texas sharpshooter, appeal to authority, quote mining, cherry picking, straw manning, argument from ignorance. And you're basically using the same flirt tactic, the same tactics flat earthers use for your arguments. And you called me a flirt.
That's the second one that come from the Miracle series. Do you know who's behind the production of that?
I don't know, but it's a very powerful series.
Right, I'll track that down.
I mean, it's powerful if you're gullible.
Yeah. If you're aligned with it.
Do you not think that that other religions have that? And how do you make the determination that it was specifically the Christian God or some other God? Yagi-chan says, I was on the MDD chat yesterday. The Christians are nothing but hate-filled bigots. By their own standards, they will rot in hell. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah.
That's why it's a lot of fun to
Okay, so this miracle that he mentioned, since Kat's asked, and I looked it up, it's on the Angel Network.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Is it's one of the Christian versions of Netflix, and it's narrated by Bear Grylls, so good signs.
I mean, all of the citations that Will really dove into that
experience
into that website. Like he even had a graphic on this one showing that's where he took the.
I think so.
There, hold on 1 second. It's very.
All right, I think I'm gonna head out, guys.
Wait, no, hold on. Give me 1 second because we're going to do final thoughts because they go into questions now. So,
okay.
Yeah. Everything Will got was from this. So I think we can add confirmation bias to the list of fallacies, right? So you made 6 arguments, Will, 7 fallacies. Boy, that's bad. All right. Final thoughts, and we'll be on our way. Let's start with you, Alex, so I can let you go.
Yeah. So I think the issue here with Will, he outlined it really well in his latest discussion with Gottlieb Given. He said that his most basic presupposition was that God exists. But I think the problem is that then he proceeded to try and tell Erica her presupposition, and I would wager this is what he thinks all atheists' basic presupposition is that God does not exist. But the thing here is that even though I can only speak for myself, I would bet that most atheists, that's not their most basic presupposition. That's a conclusion. And the most basic presupposition of most atheists, there are some that, yes, they presuppose God does not exist, but most of them, I would say, their basic presupposition is that science and naturalism are the best way to understand or explain the world. And so when you start with that, I think it's just impossible to come up with the conclusion that God exists. I think there can be people that use science and naturalism that come to the conclusion that God exists, but I think their presupposition there is a more fundamental presupposition that God exists underneath that. But yeah, I think that's basically the problem with Will. He doesn't seem capable of putting himself in the shoes of skeptics or atheists in regards to God, and let go of that presupposition that God exists and start analyzing the world from the view that naturalism or science are the best or the only way to understand and know things about the world.
He goes into some of the classics right after this in the interactions with the super chats. I don't get why atheists are good people. Like, seriously?
Yeah.
I mean, at the very least, the threat of jail should be enough. But then it's like, dude, I've done as much murder, raping, pillaging, and crime as I've wanted, which is 0.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not a problem. Then go on to claim that if God doesn't exist, objective morality doesn't exist. Objective morality doesn't exist either way, because you can't claim objective morality if morality comes from the mind of God. It's definitionally subjective. So wrong again. And then all of the things, like, I don't get why atheists debate Christians. My answer to that to him was, look, in a world where people make political decisions and are able to legislate other people's lives based on this nonsense, it is important to push back and debate these things. I'm very lucky that this doesn't happen in my country, but it does happen all the time in many, many places. So it's still important. Sorry.
That thing of why I don't know why atheists debate Christians, like, what do you mean? It's like saying, I don't know why Glovers debate flat earthers. What do you mean why? Because they're wrong and infect, so to speak, other people with their bad reasoning. That's why.
And obviously, if I was just someone that debates on Discord and gets nothing out of it, that would make a somewhat of a point, right? But Will, you know that I'm a content creator. It's like, why would I do that? Yeah, well, for the content. It's like, that's what we do here. Yeah. I don't understand. And he said some of the classic, right? There are no morals without God, just different preferences and opinion. And whether or not hell exists has no bearing on God's existence. And this is just him trying to skirt away from defending the Bible. Whether or not the Old Testament is true has no bearing on God's existence. Like, he really doesn't want to talk about the Bible. Really doesn't want to talk about the Bible. And then, of course, said children dying of starvation has no bearing on the existence of God. God has a will. He can decide to cure one person and not another. One miracle is all that is needed as proof. Just one. God doesn't have to do the number of miracles you want him to do before you believe. So thank you for admitting that your God is a fucking asshole, because he would rather save that like the guy that was an alcoholic than a kid with leukemia. So, I don't like your God at all. Amber, thank you for dropping by. It's awesome to see you.
All right. Sorry, I really gotta go, guys. So I'm gonna
bye, Ale. Take care.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Bye.
Yeah, I came in late, so I missed a lot of the festivities, but I don't really have any disagreement with what y'all have said. Like, I haven't seen all the fallacies, but he does seem to be on a spree of getting all the greatest hits from what I can see. I mean, and it's conspiracy thinking all the way down, which is, I guess, to be expected from a guy who hung out with flat earthers, but you would hope that he would see the mistakes they made and want to do better instead of just doing the same thing. But yeah, it's just presup, as I often say. Presuppositionalism is admitting defeat in advance. It's saying, I cannot show this thing is true, therefore I have to just assume that it's true and try to post hoc it, you know? If you could show it, you wouldn't need to do that. So doing that shows that you know you can't defend your position. It is an indefensible position, and therefore no one has a reason to believe you.
Right.
Anything else you throw on top of the presup is just glitter on a pile of shit.
Yeah, what gets me is that how he doesn't see that he's doing the exact same thing flat earthers do. That is the funniest part to me. And of course, how he really does not want to talk about the Bible. Because even for the resurrection of Jesus, he went to something completely unrelated. That even if we granted him that guy resurrected, it still wouldn't make Jesus' resurrection true. So,
Yeah, like even if we grant all the things, he still doesn't get to Jesus. It could be any god, even one that humans haven't thought of yet.
yeah, and my big problem is that the central claim of Christianity, that is Jesus is the Messiah, that one, he doesn't even, like, his Will is trying to set up a debate with Justin from Deconstruction Zone, and Justin's specialty is the Bible. So I wonder if will even take that debate, because he's going to get absolutely creamed on that.
Oh my God, yes. Justin is just going to have him for lunch.
Oh my, yeah. All right, Amber, it was awesome having you over. You're welcome back anytime. Brenda, final thoughts.
Yeah, everything everybody else has said. The thing that really stands out for me is the motivated reasoning. How somebody, it amazes me how somebody can be so competent in one area. His arguments against flat Earth were competent, well-reasoned, logical, and effective, and then in this other area, this not that unrelated, just completely falls apart. That's just that I consider that just really, really amazing. I mean,
yeah, me too.
It's called motivated reasoning, and one thing we should all take away from it is this is a human thing. Every human is subject to the possibility of motivated reasoning. You can't be sure that you're not doing the same thing because it's so transparent to the person who's experiencing it. And that's why it's important to have debates in order to check your beliefs with other people and to check your logic, to check your evidence, and to see that it, and to make sure. That's why I subscribe to a number of religious channels, to flat earth channels, to channels that are opposite me politically, some of them pretty strongly, and I do that to expose myself to ideas that are not just mine, so I don't end up in an echo chamber of my own creation.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I argue with Basil all the time. Basil would very happily have an echo chamber where only people he approves of speak, but that was never here. That is not this place.
Right. That's all I have to say.
All right. Inquisitive Infidel for $5. I'm glad Will is a believer because he's not internally moral. He thinks his side is right and can't see subjective morality as actual moral. Yes. I mean, when someone tells you, I don't know why atheists don't go around like murdering and pillaging and raping, I mean, you know that that's like pretty bad. That is just.
I was 16. Come on.
All right, let me see if I have anything that I missed. Nope. Oh, Emerson Biggin says, I don't know if a God exists, but I'm damn sure the petty little desert imp from the Bible doesn't. I mean, yeah, when you look at the Bible, that is just the Bible is just asinine. That's why Will is doing the same thing that Whitsitt does. Whitsitt knows he can't defend flat Earth anymore, so now he's going back. And I spoke with Whitsitt on Saturday, and now he's going back. And in order to talk flat Earth, first he wants people to admit that the Earth doesn't move, which of course is a lie. So in order to have a debate about flat Earth, he's asking for a concession about something that is false. First,
who said this?
Exactly Whitsitt on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's saying that, oh no, in order to have the discussion about flat Earth, we first need to talk about movement, and you need to admit that the Earth doesn't move. Like, motherfucker, your citation debunks you on the Earth actually moving. So, no.
Well, I don't know how Witsit recovers from that disastrous performance that MC Toon came across on worldwide debates.
Yeah.
With his ex, and that just buried him. I mean,
his audience don't care.
True, but everybody else does, and anybody else seeing that it was really,
oh yeah,
I think destroying any shred of credibility he could have.
Yeah, they're both fucking crazy. Just like straight up, like both absolutely insane.
Yeah, I've heard some of the things that she said. She says some pretty crazy things too.
Yeah, she's not she's not like a beacon of sanity. Like she's just maybe a little bit less, but she wants to destroy him, right? So I mean,
I admired her standing up for herself. It was standard stuff that I've heard among other women for many years about how you deal with an abusive relationship.
True.
Very standard process that a lot of women unfortunately go through. Something I learned when I transitioned is how often that this happens. It's terrible.
No, I get that, but then again, making a spectacle, making like a Discord spectacle out of it,
that was not
the way.
Yeah, she should not have been doing that. She should not.
Yes. But that's like, I think she's a little bit less at fault than him, but yeah. All right, before we go, people, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your team. Go to the corner, yes, the corner of your tweet, and yell, subscribe to Better Than Ever and share about the thoughts. And if someone can drop Ember's link over there in the side chat, I will be extremely grateful. Thank you so much. We'll see what we do the rest of the week. I have no idea yet, but I'll think of something. Love you all. Take care. Have a great night. Bye-bye.